in dark today. Let's go ahead. Bloop, 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 bloop. Alrighty, I just may be coming in. I could just be coming in dark today. It really could be. Alrighty, but that lets me know that that's working right. Alright, let's get this shit popping to the website. Those motherfuckers is ready. Okay. Things are starting to look good. Things are starting to look good. Things are starting to look real good. The levels is good. The levels is good. The levels is good. Can you hear me, Ronnie? I think you can. Else you would have left already. What a boy.
Okay. Big man, you want to hear some hot takes? Let's see how woke you are. You know something about podcasts? Yo, dígame. You kidding me or what, man? I got these 3 drunk uncles with a sports podcast. They say they got fire takes, pure fuego. You find them wherever you listen to podcasts at. If it's what they say it is, you like and you subscribe.
Thank you, Ronnie.
Listen, like, and subscribe, yeah. You know how to call into the show? Yeah, man. Do the podbean app. You'll need headphones with a mic to call in. That's no problem, man. They'll also be at Sharky's, 8:07 p.m. on the first Wednesdays of the month. You may get some free Blue Chew. And they keep receipts or so. If anything happens in the sports world, MyT's gonna drop a take faster than a rabbit gets fucked. There's only 3 things I have in this world. My word, my balls, and this podcast. And I don't break them for nobody. MyT Sports Season 7.
Is that my cue? Is that my cue to go in? I think that's my cue to go in. Alright, I guess I'm going in. Evening, and welcome back to another edition of the MyT Sports Podcast. I am your host, the one and only Dollar Mandela. As you can see, it's another Fuego day in the hottest city in the world. We're coming at you live and direct from Broward County, which is basically just a pot stove away from actually South Beach, where we viva la vida loca, or whatever we said. Or what did Will Smith say? Actually, what did he say? He said, damn it. Will Smith. He said, Viva la Miami. That's what he said. There we go. See, you know what happened? You know what happened right there? The moment I brought up Will Smith, my brain went directly into keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth. Like that's literally all that happened. Like the very, very moment I was like, Will Smith, you know what he said. That's all my brain can flood with. And he said more than that. Like he said he ain't had a curse in his rhymes, but you know, like apparently he cursing at the Oscars and slapping niggas. You know, but we not even here to talk about Will Smith. To be honest with you, I don't even know how he got on Will Smith today. Right, but we got a big show for you today. We got a big show for you today, and this is April 22, which means this is 4/22, which I know kind of sounds weird, you guys. For you wordsmiths out there, that sounds like 420. Also, that's exactly what that is. It is 420 also, folks, and that means that we will be celebrating all over again. Yeah, we gonna do it again. Good, do it again. You know what I'm talking about. You know I call this my New Year's, folks, and I always like a good opportunity for some celebration, and that's exactly what we're gonna get on today. So, folks, we got a big show for you today. We got a big show for you today. We got a big show with plenty of topics, right? As you guys know, right? This is officially Volume 7, Edition 90, track 423 of the MyT Sports Podcast. We're going to talk about the Gypsy defending his belt. 9 lives are officially over because we are right now into the playoffs. We're going to talk about Debo's market, some playoff injuries. You know we got some blue chew for you. This game has been delayed. We'll talk about that. Brooklyn's looking bad. Joker's looking even worse. There's a Magic documentary that we've been wanting to get into that we haven't even scratched the surface of yet, right? KD is not LeBron. Curry is better than both of them, and they have taught you since the beginning of time. You don't fuck with the wild animals. We have all that to talk about and more right here coming up on the Mighty Sports Podcast. But you know what we say, regardless of the time.
Take that, take that, take that.
And regardless of the weather.
You play to win the game. Hello?
It's always a good time to talk some motherfucking sports. So let's stir this motherfucker up with our Colt 45 and get motherfucking started, if you know what I'm saying. You guys ready to this? Yo, my fucking selfie fucking cam is fucking with me right now. This shit is causing me all kinds of fucking
emotional damage.
Like, I'm trying to get this shit right. I don't know what the fuck is going on with it. It's fucking up my view. It's fucking up my content. It's fucking up my distraction. Like that shit has me pulled to 2 different ways. And you know me, like I can't be scattered in two different places. Like I'm like my brain is already all over the place enough as it is. Like you can't be scattering me all on top of that shit. Like I need this shit to fucking work the way it used to work when it was working when it worked. I think I know what I need though. I think I need a weight over here. I think that it is. I think that's what it is. Girl, I want you to know. I can't actually. No, I shouldn't be singing that shit because I actually can. Like song just popped in my head, but there's no truth to it at all. Like at all whatsoever. There's no truth. You know, I'm just gonna leave you the fuck like that so that we can get started, right, folks? Let's go ahead and get started. This is your first time with the podcast. Thank you for listening to the podcast. Don't forget to listen, like, and subscribe to that podcast. Subscribing is really important because when you subscribe, then you get that little
Bing bong
notification every single time that we go live. Right, and we go live 3 times a week, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday night at 8:07-ish p.m. And I say ish because we're real heavy on that ish. Yo, we on that black-ish time. So, you know, that ish runs long, you know, as most ish with black people do. If you know what I'm saying. There's going to be a lot of entendres thrown your way today. Hope you guys are ready. But if you're here for the first time, you guys know before we do any kind of sporting activity, right, we like to start off every single show with a little bit of a birthday celebration. So what we do is that we open up the door to the club a little bit early. We get that birthday music going on. It's the DJ. Music, like, you know what I'm saying? We get that door open real quick, and then what we do is we get a little birthday celebration. Go ahead and start that birthday music. And like my boy Chill Will likes to say, "Ayo, DJ MyT, drop that beat."
No, I don't say that.
Oh shit, this is gonna be a good one. Yo, I've been trying to find something. I've been trying to find a couple of things, like since I've been here, right? And I'm all over the places. I hope you guys are ready though. So I'm gonna sing this one time for you, right? So that you can understand how this song goes. And then after that, we just gonna go live after. We're just gonna go full live after that. We're gonna go full speed. Basically, you know what they say. Like one time it's practice speed, the next time it's gonna be combat speed. Hope you guys is ready. Yeah, it's your birthday. We said it's your birthday. Check it, yeah. Check it, yeah. Because it's your birthday, we sing happy birthday. Check it, yeah. Check it, yeah. I told you it's an easy birthday song for you to get a hold of, right? And let's let you guys know. Wondering like, why this motherfucker just can't sing the regular black birthday song? Birthday songs are copywritten, and I'm trying to get the whole entire podcast in. So you know what? Okay, come get this flavor in your ear one time real quick. Did you catch how that birthday song went? Because we're gonna sing it one more time, and then we're going into the celebration. Because yeah, it's your birthday. We said it's your birthday. Check it, yeah. Check it, yeah. Because it's your birthday, we sing happy birthday. Check it, yeah. Check it, Check it. Yeah. All right, folks. It's actually a very small birthday party that we have popping on today. And if you guys don't know, what we do here is that we like to wish everybody a happy birthday since the last time that we were on the air. And that's honestly mainly for you people that I have as Facebook friends. So if you want to hear your name, read during this birthday party, go find me on Facebook. So that way I can get that little notification. I can get that
Bing bong.
and he said every single time it's your birthday, and this could be you right here in this beginning portion of the segment getting your birthday shout out. So folks, we're gonna give a birthday shout out to Sherloin McWhorter. Sherloin is actually a lovely young lady that I met while working with the, two other young ladies. I was helping them produce a podcast named The Spill, and that is when I ran into her. She happened to be one of the individuals that they interviewed. She was a lovely young lady, strong, does work in the community, does charity work, all kinds of stuff. Go ahead and check out her movements and what she's all about, but also make sure you guys go ahead and wish her a happy birthday, because here for the MyT Sports Podcast, there's one thing that we're going to make sure you do. We wish you a happy birthday. We hope you party hard. We hope you enjoy everything. We hope you regret nothing. But more importantly, we hope you continue to stay MyT. Yeah, I like that. Oh shit, where's my celebratory joint at? I had a whole celebratory joint ready for this. I don't know where the fuck I put it. I'm gonna have to find this before we start the podcast. We are officially in a code red scenario. I have lost my joint. I have officially lost my joint, folks. Stop everything that you are doing. We are officially in a podcast state of emergency. Listen, I am serious here. Like, nothing will go on, and nothing may be able to continue. Like, I'm about to take over. We about to take over the show, like wrestlers do when they mad that they ain't get in their airtime. So
This is a sample of smoking too much weed. That's a sample of smoking too much damn weed.
I don't understand what that means.
Of course you don't. Why are you looking for your joint?
Because it's missing.
You gonna figure that shit out. You gonna figure that shit out when you can't find it. Oh, that's what you're talking about.
But it's supposed to be right here, like waiting for me.
Right. Yeah, right.
This is some bullshit. I am not lying. This is some grade A hardcore bullshit. I was looking forward to this joint basically all day.
Shit happens, right?
This is fucked up. We get no respect. What they did to Rodney Dangerfield. But let's talk about something else that's real fucked up before we actually get into the sports minutia. I think if you guys have been here before, right? Especially if you've been here for the majority of the last 3 weeks, then you know what's coming.
Hey, ladies!
Where the ladies at?
I was gonna send a woman do a man's job.
Where the ladies at for real? There is one woman that is missing from the United States, folks. There is one very highly accomplished woman that is missing from the United States. Let me read you this. I don't want to say woman missing from the United States. Let's just say there's a person missing from the United States. Let me give you what this person's sports resume is, and you let me know why are we so hush about this, right? Actually, we kind of discussed this on Wednesday's podcast, right? But we're talking about a champion, right? And a 7-time All-Star, 2-time scoring champion, 8-time block leader, 2-time peak performer, 3-time first team, 3-time second team, 2-time defensive player of the year, 3-time defensive first team, 4-time defensive second team, all rookie team, NCAA champion, most outstanding player, AP player of the year, 3-time Big 12 player of the year, 4-time defensive player of the Big 12 defensive player of the year, high school player of the year, and that's only half of the resume. That's half. that's that Eddie Murphy getting divorced shit. That's half Eddie. And that resume belongs to one Brittany Griner, folks. And I had to read you her resume first. I didn't want there to be any biasness about who this kind of resume may belong to. But that's the kind of resume of the individual that's being held hostage right now in Russia. So as we know that the WNBA, which means that probably also the ESPN and a couple of other markets have already received their hush orders about Brittany Griner, and not to make a big stink about it. You know, we've been following up. We've been learning some shit recently, right? And I am dead ass about it. This is something that I've come across, that the WNBA, which I'm assuming also means the NBA, and also their partnered affiliates that talk shit, meaning Fox Sports and ESPN, they've all probably received their marching orders to not make this a big deal. And they want to make this a big deal because they don't want to make Brittany Griner seem like a bigger collateral than what she is, so that they can be able to use her for political posturing, right? So that I could understand, but I didn't get that letter. They didn't give me those marching orders. Like, I ain't received that command. So, to make sure that Brittany Griner, when she does get back home, understands and knows that we did not forget about her. There were entities and they were institutions out here that were constantly reminding the people of her greatness and wanted her to get free. So even though the major networks got all of their marching orders to basically shut up and dribble, guess what happens here when you run your own independent shit? You don't gotta shut up and dribble for shit. So we ain't shut up and dribble. We gonna talk about Brittany Griner, the third woman in history to dunk in an NBA game. The 6'9" center. I'm trying to remember. I definitely don't think that she's the first individual with dreads in the WNBA. But I feel like she's the first individual that I remember with dreads in the WNBA. It's one of those things. You know, Brittany Griner would later on, like, and obviously as times change and things like that, like she would later on
That's a ridiculous statement. That's a ridiculous thought.
What?
You know how ridiculous that thought is?
What's that? What did I just say?
What did I just say? Joint, bro.
They say, hey, come back. What did I say? Come back.
The first person I remember with dreads. I mean, you don't watch women's basketball either. Get on my nerves.
Like, man. I said, I'm not saying she's the first person.
Over college football.
I'm not saying she's the first person with dreads in the
basketball. Is more famous than WNBA. It's a baby, but I'm leaving it alone because you're talking about her.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah.
That's just a ridiculous notion.
Listen, that's why I said she's not the first. I don't think she's the first person with dreads in the WNBA, obviously, but she's one of the first people I remember with dreads. And listen, I'm pretty sure there was tons of people before her, and I'm pretty sure if you point them out, I'll be like, oh yeah. But when I think about Brittany Griner, I think about her golden locks flying all over the place. Like, it's an image that sticks in my head when I think about her. And when I think about other people in the WNBA, I can't think about that. Like, that's not an image that pops in my head. Before her, I don't have images of long flowing locks going on.
I think the one what's the girl with the big nose that was like a legend? I forgot her name. Mark. I can't remember her name. She had dreads. She got a mouth.
Mia Moore?
But either way.
Lisa Leslie?
No. Like she was like one. She had to play. She was like one of the first ones. Even before, like she had her prime probably before the WNBA started.
Cheryl Miller?
WNBA is kind of like. No, Cheryl, that's the dark skinned one, ain't it? Talking about the big nose.
No, Cheryl Miller's light skinned one. She's
No, Cheryl Miller, that's Reggie Miller's.
She's the best Miller.
I can't remember. She played with Olympia team though. She kind of. I had to look.
You're not talking about South Carolina's head. You're not talking about South Carolina's head coach, are you?
I can't remember.
Coach Staley?
I had to look it up.
You're not talking about her, are you?
Definitely not her.
Ha ha ha! I found my joint! The world has realigned. Retrograde is back in alignment. We are ready to go. don't know why I got 4 lighters in front of me. I really don't. But just to let you guys know that 2 of them are orange and blue. Yes, shit is serious. Shit is serious. But I just wanted you. So that's what, like, when it comes to Brittany Griner, it just happens to be like she's one of the first people I remember. Like when I think about her, it stands out to me. Like when I have the image of her in my head, and I can't, and I don't have that image of a lot of people even before, even after her. I don't have a lot of images of where their locks flying all over the place is part of the imagery that I remember about them. But she's just one of those. She's just one of those people. She's just one of those iconic individuals in the WNBA that even the little things about her you remember more than you remember about the common person. And as you guys know, like she ended up coming out not too long ago. I think it was I forgot how long, but I think it was like maybe what was it, about 4 years ago or so. Maybe she came out 2018. Is when she came out, and obviously I was an exercise in futility. We all, most of us already kind of had an idea, you know, when it and also most of us kind of have an idea when it comes to the WNBA and a lot of women's sports. Like, and if you ever read documentaries or go into some of the minutiae of women's sports, you actually will realize that's actually a peer pressure kind of culture to be gay. Like it gets crazy, it gets deeper than rap. You know what I mean? But that's what it's going through. And folks, again, all of this is being said just to remind you guys that we want Brittany Griner to return home safely, and we want her free and out of communist care and commie ruling, and so that she could come back and play the game or participate in the activity that we all know and love her for. That's it. We just had to talk about Brittany Griner. So let's get into the real first topic of the day, right? Let's get into the actual first topic of the day.
First things first.
As actually, before we get directly into the first sports topic of the day, as you guys know, I like to keep a game on in the background. This game right here between the Miami Heat and the Atlanta Hawks, this game was originally postponed. I don't know if you guys heard. Now, initially, when I heard the game was postponed, I thought they were shooting up the arena or something like that, which obviously I didn't really think that was going to happen because they wouldn't have just evacuated. They would have actually canceled the damn game. But what ended up happening, and I said that in jest because of how much people hate Trae Young. I wasn't saying that just because like, oh, that's what should be happening. I was just like, oh, they really hate Trae Young. They over here shooting up the arena. They got the game delayed. That's literally how that flowed. Just to let you guys know. But what ended up happening is that they found a mysterious package in Atlanta, which I gotta figure, being in Atlanta and with all that crossover talk that they have, there must be a lot of mysterious packages that go on in Atlanta, if you know what I'm saying. We're working on that one. I'm still working on that drop. Yo, what the fuck is going on here? Yo, they really fucked up. They really fucked up on like my ESPN feed. Like ever since that delay, it's been on this weird ass loop of Greeny interviewing Woj about the firing of Charlotte's head coach James Borrego. It looks like Bodega. That's probably Bodega, but Bodego. Okay. Right, let's continue. Right, so yeah, so that Atlanta game ended up being postponed due to a mysterious package. I think they pushed the start time back by about like they started at 7:45 instead of what was supposed to be the start time. I think at 7 o'clock. So it ended up being pushed back just a little bit. Obviously, everything was okay. Everything was secure because they still end up starting this game, and this game is currently on the way as we speak. Now. So you know that good bigger. When the weed is in the system, ain't no telling will I fuck 'em, will I diss 'em. That's what they be yelling. And then switch over to the Jay-Z shit. I'm a pimp by blood, not relations. Y'all still chase them, I replace them, huh? Drunk off Chris, mommy on E. Trying to see why they call me MyT. All right, let's get into it. First topic of the day. First official topic of the day.
First things first.
I don't know if you guys remember, right? I don't know if you guys grew up a comedy fan like I did, right? not only I grew up a comedy fan, I grew up watching a lot of stand-up comedies throughout my years. And one of my favorite comedians growing up ended up being Chris Rock, right? One of my all-time favorite greats, right? And obviously he's from Brooklyn. I saw the New York vibe, the Brooklyn vibe. Then he's a comedian. You know, he's been in a bunch of iconic movies. He did a lot of joints with a lot of Spike Lee joints in the early beginning. One of the actors that, you know what I mean, that really helped. I guess maybe it's a dual process. Helped catapult Spike Lee, and also Spike Lee also helped catapult as well. But we all know Chris Rock for some legendary stand-up comedies. And in one of his comedies, right, he starts joking about the Siegfried and Roy act, right? I think it's Siegfried and Roy. I don't know if you guys remember this, but Siegfried and Roy used to be the guys that used to travel around with that tiger, right? And have the tiger jumping through hoops and eating steak off the tip of their tongue, and then also like having them take pictures like holding the tiger sack and shit like that. Like they used to do crazy shit, you know. Just degrading the tiger in public. You used to see the look on the tiger's face, like, man, one of these days I'm gonna make you a motherfucking steak. I'm telling you, you're just gonna snap that whip the wrong fucking time to jump through this motherfucking hoop. You're gonna catch me the wrong motherfucking day, and I'm just gonna paw your ass. Right? Those were those motherfuckers. Well, Chris Rock makes a joke. Because obviously, as we know, one day that tiger ended up eating one of them. I don't know if it was Siegfried or Roy or both of them. I know it wasn't both of them. But he ended up eating one of them. And obviously, the headlines that initially pop up are Tiger goes crazy. Right? And Chris Rock makes the very astute observation in his very esteemed comedic fashion, right? Or comedic nature. And he mentions that, that tiger didn't go tiger. I mean, that tiger didn't go crazy. That tiger went tiger. Like, yeah, we're talking about crazed animals here, right? We're talking about wild animals here. And we don't care how much you think you may have domesticated them. Eventually, right? Every once in a while, eventually that tiger is gonna go tiger. Or think even more so when people say like, "Oh, that's just his animal instinct." Well, guess what? His animal instinct came out. Oh, that's just in his nature. Well, guess what? His nature came out. This is probably why, from the very beginning of time, that we've always heard you can't tame a wild animal, because people have been trying since the beginning of time to keep training animals big. You can't even handle the cat that you have that's 2 feet tall. A cat's even 2 feet tall, 1 foot tall, 1.5 feet tall. You can barely handle most of those. How many people you know that people that have cats and they go to work with all kind of scratch marks on their arm? Looking like they're in a no stop don't scenario. So we learned this in the beginning of time. You can't train wild animal. They thought they could train a wild animal, right? And what also is, when we see animals in the wild, we've been warned, don't fuck with wild animals, right? We even had a show about this. You guys remember this? What was that comedy show when wild animals attack? Right? We had a show about this. Now I'm saying all that to say, have you guys seen this video with Mike Tyson on the goddamn plane? Now, if you haven't seen this video, right? 1, I feel honored that I'm the first person to tell you about this. 2, where the fuck have you been? Oh shit. Did something weird. Like I moved my neck the wrong way as I was. Yeah, whatever. Where the fuck have you been? So, there's a video out there. Mike Tyson is sitting on the plane doing, just chilling, trying to catch his vibe. You know what I mean? Shroomed and Hennessy'd up. And some annoying white dude is behind him doing the, I can't believe this is Mike Tyson. Like, oh my God, la la la. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. I'm not. That's literally what it looked like he was doing behind his back. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. I'm like just taking pictures, la 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 la, whatever, whatever. You hear his boy in the back doing commentary. Oh, look at my wife here. I think we all know Mike Tyson's reputation by now. If you don't know Mike Tyson's reputation by now, let me remind you. He has not lost this nickname of the baddest man on the planet. Just let you guys know. Right? You understand? Go and watch Hungover, whatever the fuck it's called. And yes, Mike Tyson still has it. We've heard about Mike Tyson biting his people's ear off because of his mental frustrations. We heard that when he went to jail that somebody tried to fuck with him and all he did was put him to the side and talk to them real nicely. And nobody fucked with him again, at least not that person. Like, this is Iron Mike Tyson. You understand? The guy at the end of the video gave that when he hit you once, you were basically knocked the fuck out. Like, you had to mash those buttons like you was trying to give the ultimate orgasm using only your fingers. This is Iron Mike Tyson. So I don't think anybody doesn't know the kind of person that you're dealing with here. And I think every single person with common sense on this goddamn planet knows, like, hey, nah, you don't fuck with Mike. Like, if you had little kids around and you see them possibly trying to go do some dumb shit, like, oh, I'm gonna kick Mike Tyson in the shit, I'm like, you don't fuck with that wild animal. Get over here before he knock you the fuck out. And if he did, you know it'll be completely justified. This is Iron Mike fucking Tyson we're talking about over here. I just told you about some Brooklyn shit. I'll tell you about somebody else from Brooklyn. We're talking about Brooklyn. We're talking about Brooklyn when crack was rampant. We're talking about Brooklyn when every other block had a pair of kicks on goddamn power lines. This is when Jordans and book bags were unsafe. This is when you play ball in the park and sold crack in that same park at night. I'm just saying, we all know about Mike Tyson. He's not the kind of person that you want to generally just poke. You don't poke that bear. Unless you are purposely looking to get your ass whooped. And I think that's what happened here. That the dumbass got exactly what he was looking for. And that was to get his ass. Like, he wanted to poke Mike. Like, it was one of those things who's like, I wonder how far. He was you know what? Perfect. He was an habitual line stepper. He wanted to know how far he can take it. And he went too far. And for those that may have seen the video or may not, right? Because I am very quickly forgetting that I've seen this video. And you understand what I mean by that in a second. But for those who may or may not have seen the video, even when Mike Tyson is wailing on him, you can tell, it may not look like it, you can tell Mike Tyson was holding back just a little bit. Now this is amazing for somebody that is also shroomed the fuck up. Again, why are you fucking with somebody that eats mushrooms by the palmful? He ain't like, oh, let me get 2-3 caps. No. He does mushrooms the same way that Snoop Dogg smoked weed. He does that shit by the palmful. 2 handfuls. Like he just dipped his hands in a fucking in a tub of popcorn. Just this is good. Yo, that's movie butt. I'm telling you, that shit was good. Yo, you really give it. Yo, credits about the show. That's how Mike Tyson eats shrooms. And this is the dude that you chose to fuck with. You deserve to get what's coming to you. Whew. I just saw Giannis back down DeMar DeRozan and fucking cleared him. I'm just trying to see right now if they're gonna call that yep, they call that an offensive foul. Now, I think I thought I had on this Heat game. Look how I lost this Heat game. Right now, Atlanta is up 59-49. I'm not going to lie to you. I would rather be watching. Is that game on NBA TV? Is that what's going on here? Hey, let me find out. So again, you're fucking with a guy that eats mushrooms by the handful, by the palmful, by the fistful. He double fist his shrooms. It's on ESPN. Oh, I don't know why. Then I'm catching the fucking Chicago game for some reason. Now, again, Mike Tyson, as you can see, or maybe you could not tell, but I'm gonna tell you why I say this. Mike Tyson held back. Mike Tyson held back. If after being punched several times from Mike Tyson, nice, what looks like strong jabs, but that's because of the look of his body type. Everything that Mike Tyson throws looks like it's gonna hurt. Like if you just look at the body movement, everything look like it's trying to do massive damage, right? But if you can pout and look at a camera and pose after, and you're not a professional, but still, even if you are a professional, after Mike Tyson just caught you in a seat and lumped you up and caught you with a 12-piece, if you can still look at a camera, pout and pose and point to your injuries, that means Mike Tyson held back. Mike Tyson wasn't trying to kill the guy. He wasn't trying to knock him out. He was just trying to pepper him up a little bit. You know, like that old Dave Chappelle line, like birdshot, buckshot, buckshot, buckshot. You know? But that's what he did. It was birdshot, 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 birdshot. That's all that was. He just peppered him up a little bit. Let him know, hey, don't fuck with me. Don't fuck with me. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. Now, after we've said all that, I have now officially have selective amnesia. And I'm like, what video? I ain't seen no video of Mike Tyson punching anybody. You guys are tripping. I don't know what the fuck I saw. I think I saw some CGI shit. I thought that was Tupac at Coachella. What you saying I saw? Because I don't want Mike Tyson to get in trouble for that shit. To be honest with you, I really don't like. You guys have seen it. Chill, Will, Ronnie, Junior. Listen, I see you. I see you down there. If you want to call, listen, you're in the perfect place because Podbean is what I use as the call-in line for the podcast. So if you want to call in, if you've got yourself an opinion about this Mike Tyson video, call in. Let me know. Let's talk about this. Talk your talk, people. This is a free and safe space for you to be happy. This is Switzerland over here. Ronnie knows, like in real life, like I'm Switzerland over here, right? But we all know where this is going. This is going to go to some kind of lawsuit. This is going to go to have to file some kind of judgment. And to be 100% honest with you, I get it, right? I get it. This is going to annoyingly take up some judge's time, right? And take up a little bit of time for Mike Tyson as well to go ahead and rectify. But if I am that judge, I am telling you this right now. What I hope he gets the coolest judge in the world. Because if I am, no, it's the coolest judge in the world. I hope he gets a judge that's a fan. Because if I am that judge, when this case comes across my courtroom, right, and I have to put on my black robe and my old racist wig, right? and have to make a judgment about what's going on here, there's either one or two ways that I'm gonna go. Yes, Mike Tyson is guilty, right? But what you penalize him for now is completely different. So I'm leaning one or two ways. I'm either making Mike Tyson pay $1, or I'm making Mike Tyson pay for his flight. That's it. Those are the only two ways I go. Like, this asshole's gonna try to sue Mike Tyson for like $72 million, and the whole entire world is gonna want to whoop his ass. Like, everywhere you go, they're gonna want to punch you in the face like you're a walking Nazi. But if I'm that judge, like, listen, I spread some love Mike's way, and I'm like, listen, if it's not some low ass shit.
If I'm about to be famous for being the guy that got whooped by Mike Tyson, I might as well have $72. I might as well be famous with some goddamn money as opposed to being broke as fuck. Because I don't care what the case may be. You know you're Mike Tyson, so you gotta think that if this man put my hands up. I'm sorry. I'll be like 5 minutes. But yeah, I'm not about to be a broke motherfucker walking around famous for getting his ass whooped by Mike Tyson. You can say he held back all you want, but that motherfucker showing up drew blood. That ain't with no punch, goddamn. That ain't no. You don't get motherfuckers gonna be bleeding in the forehead off a punch. I don't know how much he held back if that motherfucker bleeding at the head.
And I said, like,
obviously could have been sleep, but goddamn, I don't know. It was kind of a weird kind of quarters where he was punching him at. He got what he deserved, but shit, I might as well get some money out of this. He was trying to obviously do that. He won, so you might as well carry this shit out.
And I get it. As I said, we know where this is gonna go. This is gonna be forced to waste some judge's time. As I said, like, if I'm the judge, I'm just gonna try. I know you're going after $72 million. I'm gonna have Mike Tyson pay you $1, or have him reimburse you your ticket. That's it. Like, I'm not gonna be the judge that's going to let people sucker. You know what I mean? Like let you go out there and provoke people like Mike Tyson and be rewarded for it. Like, nope, Mike Tyson, you're right. We shouldn't have done that. Your hands are certified weapons. You should know better. I'm penalizing you $1 in this instance. In this, because everything is a case-by-case basis, right? That's what we hear all the time. Case-by-case basis.
That's silly, bro.
No, granted.
That's not penalizing nobody. That's not a penalty. That's just wasting everybody's time.
Well, it's a waste of time.
It's not a waste of time.
Well, it's not exactly.
Maybe for under your estimation, but not for that man that got his ass whooping.
Well, exactly. But we all look at it like, yo, you got what you deserve. So if you we understand you suing him, but you're an asshole for suing him, and you're wasting his time for suing him. Like, you really are wasting you wasting the court's time. You wasting his time whipping the people. Like we understand what you're trying to get out of it, but fuck you and what you're vindictively trying to set people up to do. Like, no, so get the fuck out of here. Like, Mike Tyson, we gonna find you guilty. It'll be on your record. Paid $1. You can get this expunged off your record whenever the hell you want. Cause he's still gonna have a record of it. It's just that he's Mike Tyson. Him having a record of this doesn't fuck with his regular everyday, you know what I mean? His regular everyday lifestyle so much unless they lock him up. You know what I mean? Like, he ain't worried about having to apply to jobs and then be like, hey, do you have a criminal record? Like, I'm Mike fucking Tyson. What do you mean if I have a criminal fucking record? Like, did you not hear about the ear scenario? Did you not hear about Robin Givens? Like, shit. Yes, I got a But no, I understand I fully understand the dude.
Talent goes on a plane and whip somebody else. Guess where you gonna be at?
What's that?
Talent goes on somebody's plane. Punch the shit out of somebody.
Oh, I'm going to jail.
Guess where you gonna be at?
I'm in jail. And if I do that shit in Russia, I'm in Russian jail.
Thank you. That's the same thing for Brittany Griner too. That's silly for her to be in jail, but
like I said, you know, it's funny, like, when you, like, I'm about to say something, like, because as a black person, when you hear this, you could be like, damn, that is fucked up. But she's basically in jail for trumped up weed charges.
How many motherfuckers out here is?
Exactly. You know what I mean? But, like, how crazy is that? She's literally in jail.
Your mom, what your mama teach you? You can't do what?
You can't do what you do at
What
home.
your you can't do what the who do. You can't do what because you what?
You black.
Yeah.
But listen, yeah, she's basically because they got her
You
for.
already need to know.
It was an empty cartridge, right? That they're holding her for. So it's like there's not even anything in the cartridge. Like you know what I mean? There's nothing of use in the cartridge. Like there was weed in there. It's a trumped up weed charge. But no, it's crazy. So let's go ahead and continue marching on, right? And if you guys want to continue calling about this Mike Tyson topic, you guys can. I'll go ahead and get these calls in. But let's continue to march on. Let's get to some of these basketball games for a little bit, right? Because these basketball games have been crazy. These basketball games really have been crazy. One of the more bizarre games, right? Now let's stay a little bit close to home, right? For an instance, and let's go Brooklyn versus Boston. And I'm watching this Brooklyn versus Boston game, and it's frustrating. I just should say it's frustrating, right? Like I guess really what it is testing me more than anything else, because as this Brooklyn and Boston game was going on Wednesday night, was also basically the same time that I was talking about, yo, you know what? I really don't overemphasize teams you like, and I don't. I generally and for a general sense I don't. Now you know, in all general senses you do have outliers. So let's not go. I'm not gonna go ahead and speak of outliers like they're the norm, right? But as I am giving that general statement about, yo, you know what? I generally don't put too much emphasis if the teams winning their first two games, right? But it really depends on how they look. Like when Golden State beat Denver, I'm looking at them like, yeah, those two games look different. I'm putting a lot of clout into that. But some other games, I don't, and I don't for a reason, because home cooking matters. Like I don't care what you guys you guys should know this. So I don't want to care what you guys say, but we all know this. I don't know why I can't catch that Atlanta streak, but home cooking matters. We all know this in the playoffs. The playoffs is one of those weird places where we kind of we become reserved in game one, and the philosophy that I just told you, everybody kind of follows. At least half of the people follow, and half of the individuals don't get too hyped and too worked up after game one of the playoffs. But boy, do those people lose their resolve after the second game. But you have to hold on to that same kind of resolve, and understand sometimes that second game isn't indicative of what's about to happen for the next two games. This is the playoffs. It's set up like this for a reason. You understand? Now I get it's also the first round, but some of these matchups in the first round are not your typical matchup. Like what should be a first round matchup, like Brooklyn versus Boston. Like I said again, and I'm gonna speak to you guys from a Knicks fan perspective, right? If you're a Knicks fan out there, or if you're not a Knicks fan out there, I'm gonna still talk to you from a Knicks fan perspective, and you understand what I'm saying here. If at the beginning of the season, if I would have told you as a Knicks fan, we're about to go to a commercial break soon.
I have a reminder for Talon.
Thank you, Google. Thank you very much. But if I would have told you at the beginning of the season that you would have more wins than the Lakers, you would be in the standings where they're at in the West, you would be in that same exact spot in the East, and you would be one spot below Brooklyn. As a Knicks fan, you'd be like, well, goddamn, that's a pretty dope-ass season. But we all know what that would end up being as a Knicks fan. That ended up being the 11th spot and out of postseason play. But that also means that, wait a minute, the Lakers were the 11th seed as well, and that also means that Brooklyn was the 10th seed. I think they managed to get themselves up a little bit higher by then. So Brooklyn, with the talent that they have, nobody anticipated them being as low as they were in the seeding. Nobody also saw LeBron and them being as low as they were. Actually, I couldn't say nobody. We all kind of actually had our trepidations about that shit. I don't think any of us thought it was gonna be this bad, but a lot of us had our trepidations about what was going on in LA. It just had that Karl Malone, Gary Payton, Shaq, Kobe kind of feel to it all over again. But at least them niggas made it to the playoffs. These dudes couldn't make it to the playoffs with 10 spots available to them. Just saying. I'm just saying. Because we hold our superstars accountable in the NBA, don't we? And I think that it's about time to hold Kevin Durant a little accountable. The way that they have looked in these first 2 games against Boston doesn't give a lot of hope to how they're going to come across in their next 2 games in Brooklyn. And that is because Boston has an element that they utilize in their game that travels very well. And that element is defense. We've all heard this before. Right? Scoring wins you games, defense wins championships. Defense travels. She loves the D. Right? like we've all heard about this before. And Boston has the kind of defense and the kind of length. Right? I had to make sure I said that properly. The defense and the length. Oh, I got my game back. Right? They've had the defense and the length to be able to antagonize Brooklyn, Kevin Durant, and Kyrie Irving. Now, the thing that I told you guys about, right? Well, I said it was a possibility of it happening, right? Is that I didn't see a lot of people that can block Kevin Durant's shot. But the few people that I have seen, they've been exceptionally tall and exceptionally lanky. It's been Giannis, it's been Nick Center, Mitchell Robinson, and now we see individuals from Boston doing it on his jump shot. That doesn't happen very often because he is a 7-footer with a high arching shot that he also fades away into. But KD and Kyrie are having some, especially KD, they're having some basuda performances. And KD is lucky that he's not LeBron James. And you see what happens when you're not LeBron James. Or sometimes even when you win a championship. Now the fact that that Kevin Durant isn't being held to the same standards as LeBron James is kind of beside me. Like, well, these 2 games that he has had, you can't lose these kind of games to Boston. Like, this is unacceptable. Like, this whole season that they've had has been unacceptable in Brooklyn. This whole KD experience so far has been unacceptable in Brooklyn. Like, we talk about how bad like LeBron has been in LA and how he's probably done the worst job out of the superstars superstars that LA has ever had. But at least he got them the fucking chip. Like, at least he got something for the dip. What Kevin Durant and Kyrie did, they still haven't gotten Brooklyn a chip. They still haven't produced the ultimate goal. Outside of playing together. Maybe that's what Kyrie always wanted. He just wanted somebody to play with. Because I'm gonna tell you something, right? And it's starting to... It's been a lingering thought of mine, right? And I've had it... I've had the thought and I dismissed it. I've had it and I've dismissed it. I've had it and I've dismissed it. But it is really starting to show itself more and more. And I think we're starting to see it with Kevin Durant. Even Kyrie Irving. That this is the byproduct of the super team. See, the super team isn't so much created so that, right, we can be champions and continue to do our best to bring out the best in each other and to have dominant runs. This isn't the reason for super teams anymore. Because see, this is what I talked about with Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving, that they have a team together, but what have they done to make this super team historic? What have they done to make this super team memorable? They haven't put up any historic runs, any historic numbers, any historic drives, any consistent historic moments like all of the super teams you remembered in the past. The Miami Heat, the Boston Celtics, the Lakers, the Chicago Bulls. Like those teams in the past, the San Antonio Spurs. They've had key moments. They've had key runs. They've had records and runs that are in the history books that we wonder if they're ever gonna be beaten. Magic's Lakers, right? They didn't do that. So you're realizing that the super team thing, and while the bullshit of the super team really started with LeBron James, right? But he was functioning it from a top tier. The bottom tier of it, right? Like the shit of it, the crab in the barrel shit, where Kevin Durant is functioning, that suckerfish shit that Kevin Durant is functioning in, right? It's some whole mentality shit, right? It's some punk ass mentality shit. And I'll let you know why it's some punk ass mentality shit in just a moment. Because we're gonna make sure that you don't have any punk ass performances in the bed. And how do you guarantee that you don't have any punk ass performances in the bed? And we understand it. Listen, I know I'm being a little aggressive by calling your performance in the bed a punk ass performance when all you did was had too much to drink and you had a little bit of whiskey dick. But listen, we can make sure you don't have to worry about that. You don't gotta worry about whiskey dick. You don't gotta worry about old age. You don't gotta worry about being tired. You ain't gotta worry about not having enough electrolytes. You ain't gotta worry about, hey girl, this ain't never happened to me before. You ain't gotta worry about none of that shit. Alright, why don't you have to worry about that shit? Because of Blue Chew, folks. What is Blue Chew? Blue Chew happens to be a little blue pill that can give you back your thrill. All you need to do is open up a pack and head straight to the sack. And then just a few chews before you do. Now, if you wonder what is Blue Chew has the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis. So trust me when I say this is one opportunity that you just can't miss. For a very low cost, you can beat it up like a boss, and she will love how you come through like a champ when you Blue Chew in advance. Only thing that you need to do is use this week's promo code of LAWJ. That's Law J, Lima Alpha Whiskey Juliet, and you can get your first order of Blue Chew for free. The only thing you'll be only responsible for is paying for your shipping and handling. Shipping and handling, that's for your postal workers. Rain, sleet, sun, snail, whatever. They don't give them a hard time as they help you get a hard time. Ladies, listen, you can order Blue Chew too. Make sure he's doing all that shit that he said he was gonna do in the text messages, right? Don't let that motherfucker off the hook. All that shit that he was whispering in your ear all night, you know what I mean? Giving you that hot Hennessy breath in your ear, like all that shit he was saying. Blue Chew his ass. Like when you give him that condom, give him a Blue Chew. But like, here, partner, we ain't gonna have no. Hey, damn, this don't really happen to me. Like, oh shit, like I don't even know. Blue Chew. Because with Blue Chew, there's only two requirements: you chew it, and then you do it. Now, let me just get back. Let's get back into why Kevin Durant has turned this super team, this super team collaboration into some punk asshole ass shit. See, it already started obviously when he first went onto a team that basically had won 73 games and was in the championship twice, right, and won one without you. Like that was already part of a punk ass move. But once again, LeBron James made punk ass moves like that. Okay, when he did that same shit to go to Miami, right? And I know people say like, "Oh, Miami they had won a championship in Miami." Dwayne Wade was a consistent MVP candidate. Dwayne Wade was a scoring leader, and that team was a consistent playoff team after winning a championship. Like I understand he ain't just with it that year, but don't slight what Dwayne Wade's resume and that culture had already established. There's a reason why he went there. But I don't want to. I'm not gonna go there. Let's go ahead and continue to march a little on to the right. I'm not gonna go left field fully. What Kevin Durant did, right? And you're starting to see it a little bit now. And Kyrie Irving didn't do it, but he is acting the same exact way that Kevin Durant is. And I don't think you guys are realizing that they're both carrying on the same way in a sense. And it's a similar mentality, I'm gonna explain to you, to the person that Julius Randall is. Where once you get paid, you stop kind of giving it your all. You stop kind of giving a fuck. Well, for these guys, they stop giving a fuck fully once they got their championship rings. See, while LeBron James was doing it to chase ghosts and add to his legacy, these other guys, like Kyrie Irving and Kevin Durant, the only beneficial part of them having a ring is to kick that monkey off their back. And what that monkey is the media holding them accountable. That's what that is. See, that monkey on the back is that they can come back and they can still say, I'm a champion. What the fuck you gotta say now? Like, what do you mean? I'm a champion. Oh, okay, I hit the biggest shot, but when I've been the leader of the team, I've never done anything. I'm sorry, Big Shot Bob has hit the biggest shots for teams. I'm just saying. like you could be respected, but you're not that dude that is the leader of a team that is the reason why they win. You've actually been like sorry, got caught up in this Atlanta and Miami game because Atlanta came ready to bring that smoke early. But as we're seeing, as we're about halfway through the third, Miami is rallying back, and now they are only down by 3. If I'm not mistaken, Atlanta was up by like 15 points at one point in time, which is also how far up Boston was, right? Or Brooklyn was in this game. Brooklyn had a 15-point lead in this game at one point in time. Brooklyn they were up by 17 points at one point in time. We're going to Kevin Durant's numbers in the fourth quarter after we finish roasting him a little bit more. So now you have guys like Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving. You can see that winning the championship was just so that they don't have to give a fuck about basketball enough, so that they can stop caring about the game, so that they don't have to give it their all, because basically they can say that, you know what, I'm a champion. But you know what, like Kyrie Irving, you know what we haven't seen? We haven't seen Kevin Durant lead his team to a championship. Now, we've seen him be talented enough to lead his team to the playoffs. We've been seeing that since the beginning of his career. And he's had some talented individuals on his side. But we haven't seen him help them win a championship. We haven't seen them win a championship with them. We've seen Stephen Curry win a championship, and he got you to come join him, and he got 2 more. And let him get one this year, and he'll be better than LeBron, which I really think he is. But let him tie up that let him tie up that ring count. Because to be honest with you, the fact that ring count is where it's at anyway, him at 3 and him at 1 at 4. No, see, Stephen Curry within 1 of LeBron means that Stephen Curry has won that battle. Stephen Curry within 2 rings of LeBron means that Stephen Curry has still won that battle. Just sorry. So Kevin Durant, right, he hasn't done anything outside of teaming up with probably who is the greatest superstar currently in the NBA, and that's Steph Curry. Currently. Now another thing about it too, like something about Kevin Durant that I've never been able to say, which I was able to say about LeBron James until this year, because it was true about LeBron James until this year. LeBron James could go on to any team in the NBA, right? And before this year, obviously, we're talking about 3 years ago, and we're talking about everything from 3 years ago and before, which is a long ass time. We're still talking about what for the first 14 years of his career. How long has LeBron James been in the league now? 17 years. So we're talking about for the first 14 years of LeBron James's career. I can even go maybe even 15 years. I can wholeheartedly, and I've said this for years. Well, you guys may not have heard me say it because I do a lot of other shit on top of it, so I can convolute this this fact that I'm about to say about LeBron James, right? That is really giving him a lot of credit. But I've always said that LeBron James could go on to any team in the NBA and bring them to the conference championship. I don't care what team it was. That's why LeBron James, that was the greatness about LeBron James. Is that he can go on, he can literally, now can he win you a championship with any team in the NBA? No. But for 15 years, he could go on to basically any team in the NBA. Maybe not the full 15 years, probably from years 7 through 15. Okay? Maybe 8 through 15. But there was a good portion of his career, right? Maybe 5 through 15, maybe 10 years of his career. That if LeBron James is on your team, you can guarantee, and I'll probably take it a little bit further than that. But let's give it a good 10 out of 15, right? If you want, for the LeBron haters out there that want me to keep things in perspective and realistic. That's still saying if he played for 20 years, for half of his career, if you put him on your team, he could take you to the Eastern Conference Championship. And the only half of his and the only half of the career that he didn't do it was when he was either too young or too old. Everything within the prime, he can take you to the conference championship. I can't say that about every superstar that we've seen. I can't say that about Kevin Durant at all. Can't say that about Kyrie Irving. I can't say that about almost any figure in the NBA. That you take your team, insert superstar, that team is a conference championship team. That's been LeBron. That's not Kevin Durant. And Kevin Durant is not LeBron James. And while Kevin Durant may surpass LeBron James one day in all-time scoring, he's not LeBron James. Those 2 rings that you got in Golden State, they're starting to feel like .75. They no longer feel like one championship. It's feeling like .75 as we see what Golden State is doing with their new version of Sean Livingston. With a guy that, in that market, they called the worst pick of the draft. Who said that to me? Was that you, Chill, that said that to me right before I went on? I don't know if somebody said that to me or I just ran across it or what. But I saw that right before I came on. One of the local reporters in the Bay Area called Jordan Poole the worst pick of the draft so far. For a point guard that basically, I think at the time, he was only averaging 12 points out of college. Well, you remember what happened about Jordan Poole? He had the endorsement of the Splash Brothers. And damn, has he played. And damn, this Milwaukee score, they're up by 20, 38 to 18. 38 to 20 now. So, I'm learning now these players are winning chips to be lazy. It's just like getting the bag. Right? But it's even worse. Like, these guys are literally winning championships so that they can now be lazy with their gameplay. And there's no more lazy, and there's no bigger lazy NBA individual than Kyrie Irving. Kyrie Irving talks out of his ass so much it's not even fucking funny. Because You guys are realizing now that this team, for all the talent that they have, and LeBron learned this too at some point in time in his career, and Kyrie Irving should know better because he was with LeBron James when LeBron James learned this lesson. But this just also goes to show you how dense Kyrie can be at times. Or, I don't want to say dense. How aloof. Is that a better way to describe him than dense? He's aloof. Alright? But Kyrie Irving is so aloof sometimes that he didn't even pick up on the one thing that truly made them successful in Cleveland. Because LeBron James learned this. Kevin Durant may know this, or he may not. Maybe he forgot. Maybe he didn't realize it. And Kyrie Irving should have realized this already. But coaching matters for these guys. Coaching matters. There's one thing I have questioned for a lot of LeBron James' career. What would have happened if LeBron James would have had Doc Rivers during his whole entire career? Or Larry Brown? Or Ty Lue his whole career? Well, I guess he couldn't have Ty Lue his whole career. I think he was still playing against Ty Lue at one point, maybe. But you know what I mean? Basically, I'm trying to see, what if he would have had his Greg Popovich, his Phil Jackson, his Pat Riley? What if he would have had that guy consistently in Cleveland? Would he have been more successful? Would he be more successful, period, with just a better coach for him, a more consistent coach, right? A better consistent coach. Now, LeBron learned this in Cleveland when he went back to Cleveland. And remember, this is when they had who did they have? David Blatt, and then they switched him out for Ty Lue or some shit, or was it like David Blatt, Mike Brown, and then Ty Lue? Some retorted shit like that, right? Was it Mike Brown, Blatt, and then Chill Will knows? No, Chill Will's my senior Cleveland correspondent. So LeBron realized then that, yo, coaching for me matters. I could be as talented as I want to be, but without proper coaching, right, without somebody that understands the game as much as I believe that I understand the game, or more than I understand the game, and can see this from a different angle and convey it to me in an intellectual way that I can relate to, he saw how important that was for him. And when he came to that epiphany, Kyrie Irving was there. He was right there. Same team, same locker room, same conference table. He was right there. And yet, when Kyrie Irving gets to Brooklyn, and they have a coach that's coaching and holding them accountable and running them through scenario drills and coaching philosophy for certain scenarios, like late game scenarios, out of bounds scenarios, early game scenarios, coming out of half scenarios, right? When they're putting their coaching philosophy on those particular scenarios, right, and you saw how successful it was, Kyrie Irving said, nah, we want Steve Nash, because we don't need a guy that's going to have us in here trying to run every day. You mean practice? Work on your conditioning? Stay in shape? Needing us to be here. You mean holding you accountable? Taking attendance? Making sure you make it to homeroom? Oh shit. Is that who I think it is? I reached out to support, but of course they oh, never mind. I thought that was Michelle from the Mets. Now, oh, speaking of, my cousin Michelle got a birthday coming up, don't she? No. Damn, my birthday passed. March 23rd. Malik's is coming up. May 23rd? May 5th? Fuck. No, that's November 5th. So she May 23rd then? She may be born in May 23rd. Losing it over here. Okay. So back to Kevin Durant, Boston, and all this other weird shit. Continue to light my joint up real quick. So, Kyrie Irving, he was there. He knew what it meant to have good coaching. And yet when he got to Brooklyn and he saw that there was a structure there, somebody there holding accountable, somebody there helping them analyze film and put in philosophies in for particular scenarios in games that matter, Kyrie didn't want that. And Kyrie convinced Kevin Durant to not want that, because we know Kevin Durant doesn't go against the grain for nothing, especially when it comes to his boys or the other people in the locker room around him. This motherfucker is yo, I'm gonna hold your pocket for the whole ride on if I've never seen a motherfucker in my life. Now you understand why Russell Westbrook was in the same locker room with him on the same team as him. Was like, oh, this is my team. I can't follow that dude because that dude isn't a leader. He doesn't inject himself as a leader of a team or of a court. He looks like he's a ho hum, a go along with the sum kind of motherfucker. Now, the reason why we're talking about this coaching so much is because you see it now happening. You're seeing now the outcome, right? And the results of them getting a coach that was a neophyte. Them getting a coach that was going to be all buddy-buddy with them. Them getting a coach that is not holding them accountable. Them getting a coach that doesn't have any coaching philosophy for inbound plays. For 2 minutes, for the last 2 minutes of the game, for the last 30 seconds of the game, for a philosophy for when they come out of halftime, philosophy for how they start the game, philosophy for how, you understand? Because they didn't want a guy that wants to input their philosophy. These were Kyrie Irving's words. Remember, we all kind of coached the team. So when the coach isn't calling timeout, is because, you know what I mean? Because I guess the players don't want a timeout. Kyrie calls his own timeout. This is damning. I'm not gonna lie. A loss in the first round to Boston. While we still understand that Brooklyn is a 7th seed, and Boston worked their ass off to get to where they're at. Like they had a historic run actually. After the All-Star break, the second half of the season, they had probably one of the best records in the league for the second half of the season. That's what helped catapult them to the spot that they're currently in. Actually, if you guys remember, the flashpoint was when Marcus Smart called out everybody and called out everybody in the media for not knowing their goddamn roles. Shortly after that, they got their shit together. And now what do we see? We see the three-headed monster, and listen, that's probably the most important thing, that everybody may not be a star, but they're a star in their role. And they have a three-headed monster in Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, and Marcus Smart. And Brooklyn doesn't have that three-headed monster that gives a fuck, that's going all out on every possession. No. Boston is going all out in every possession. Marcus Smart is going all out in every possession. I'm looking at Jason Tatum and I'm watching him score with ease. And you know why? I'm looking at this. I'm like, this isn't going to be hard for Jason Tatum because he's already basically the same size as Kevin Durant. And the thing about it, I think that we have watched enough. And this is when you need to pay attention to these things, right? All these summer workouts that they have against each other, these summer pickup games, these Drew League games. This is when you need to start paying attention now, because look how these guys score against each other when there aren't any scripted sets or anything. You see the fadeaways, you see the crossovers, you see the hezzies, you see the up and unders underneath the basket, you see the triple step backs, but you see that they figure out how to score against each other, and that's all Jason Tatum is doing. It's like, yo, I've done this against you before. We've played together before for summers. Like, there's something I know you're going to miss me, but I remember how we played together. And I remember how easily I was able to get on some of these shots. Or I remember how some of these shots were difficult, and I went back that day and I kept on working on them. I'm like, yo, I know I'm going to see this motherfucker. Let me make sure that I'm able to get this off of him. And you see it. He's getting off. And Kevin Durant is going 0 for 10 in the second half. 0 for 10. 0 for 10. I'm telling you right now. A first round failure. Like we talk about LeBron James losing to Dirk Nowitzki and them boys in that first playoff game. No. This is going to be 100 times worse. Is he gonna get 100 times more vitriol? I don't think he is. It's gonna be 100 times worse. Just like if Nikolai Jokic gets bounced in the first round is worse than LeBron James losing to that Dallas Mavericks team. I'm sorry. You're supposed to be the two-time MVP. The advanced what was he? The historical advanced stat leader. Man, I got so much shit to talk about. About this Nikolai Jokic. Nobody is safe today. Nobody is safe unless you're a winner. Those are the only ones that are safe today. Winners. And Brooklyn and Kevin Durant, you guys aren't winning right now. You guys aren't winning. You're not playing winning basketball. You're not putting forth a winning effort, and you're not being coached to win. But that's what happens when the coach that you want is a guy that fugazily got an MVP, and yet that is the accolade that you utilize to justify his hiring. Just say it. It is complete. It is historically disappointing. Horrifically disappointing what's going on with Brooklyn and Boston. But again, these are only the first two games. It just looks really bad. Because again, these are one of those things that you look at it like, how do you combat that? How do you combat effort? How do you combat somebody's defense being too abusive for you, being too tight for you, being too much for you? To be honest with you know how you combat that? Home cooking. To be honest with you, we've seen this before. We've seen teams lock down other teams at home, and that same home cooking and that same kind of effort don't quite go on the road. But like I said, don't be surprised if Boston still can put this up in Brooklyn, because defense travels. Defense wins championships. Chicks love the D. Well, majority though. They're playing in Atlanta. It's kind of 50-50 in Atlanta about who loves the D. Miami now is up on Atlanta 85-75. This is now a 25-point turnaround at least. And we're coming down to the final seconds of the third quarter. So the Heat are going to be going into the fourth with a double-digit lead, it looks like, unless some kind of last-second heroic shot by trash happens to go in. You know, they say even a garbage can gets a steak. still talking about Kevin Durant and them? Yeah, we are. That's how crazy this is, right? But like I said, also Brooklyn, that's the homie, right? They gonna get a little bit extra time. They gonna get a little bit of my extra love. Cause the only team I have left in the playoffs to root for. That's from New York. That's how it works. Knicks are out, you go to Brooklyn immediately. That's my home borough. So that's the fear, is that Boston is playing the kind of basketball that can travel. But if you're talking about, that Brooklyn didn't look like they have enough effort, or they didn't look like they had enough want to, or look like they looked a little lethargic. You know what solves all of that? It looked like they couldn't quite figure out that defense, or they couldn't get around it. Sometimes it's just putting in the extra effort, just coming off a little bit more explosively. Just one more extra jab step before you take off. Like, understand, it's the little nuances. And home cooking helps with that. I'm still not fully concerned when it comes to this Boston and Brooklyn game series. But Kevin Durant has looked like straight dog shit, and that is concerning. And that is something that we cannot let slide. And we can't let it slide because we wouldn't let it slide for Kobe. We wouldn't let it slide for LeBron. We wouldn't let it slide for Jordan. We wouldn't let it slide for James Harden. We wouldn't let it slide for any of these guys. We wouldn't let it slide for Russell Westbrook. We're not going to let it slide for a guy in Kevin Durant that bought his championships. I'm going to call it like I see him, from the AM to the PM. And the crazy thing about this, that's not all. Like, that's how much is going on in Brooklyn and Boston right now. Like, that's not all, folks. They still have Ben Simmons to consider. Now, Ben Simmons is not coming back for Game 3. In his day-by-day scenario injury, he has already determined that he is not playing tomorrow. Today. But he may be back, it looks like, for Game 4. Now, listen, Brooklyn is not the only team that can use a key player coming back from injury. Like, this playoffs have gone completely upside down due to injuries. But a lot of teams' seasons get turned upside down due to injuries. And the playoffs is just a microcosm of the season, ramped up to 100. So we may see in ratio, maybe even a lot more injury, especially since we're talking about this is after they've already done 82 plus games, possibly. We know nobody has played 82 plus games. I think I'm very safe to say that there is nobody in the NBA that played 84 games this season. And I mean 84 games because you would have played all your regular season games and then the 2 postseason games to get into the playoffs. I don't think there's anybody that played, a lot of guys that played 84 games, and I only feel safe saying it because of the era that we are in. That's the only reason I feel comfortable saying is because of the era that we're in. If it wasn't for the era that we in, you understand, if this was the era that if this was the era that I would have grown up watching, then it probably would have been more likely that the team that the play-in teams, or the teams that have are in the play-in games, that both teams would have players on them that are playing 84 games. Don't know how many, right? Because I also feel like that team would have been in that position probably because of injuries as well, and they probably would have been a better team than anticipated, but they would have had players that. What? 7-22-22, Jordan Peele. What? What was that? Did I just see the... Wait, what? Okay, who had the sound on that? Was that just a Jordan Peele sneaker commercial? What was that? not Jordan Peele, but Jordan Poole. Like 72222. Was that just a Jordan Poole sneaker? Like, I'm gonna have to find that out. Well, on in that. We gonna have to find out what kind of commercial, because I don't have the volume on and that shit. Right now I'm back to the Chicago game. I had to leave that Atlanta game. The Chicago's coming back. I think they're coming out. They're coming back from halftime right now. This game is about to start off pretty soon. Milwaukee has 60. Oh damn, this is not even a game. It's 60-41 Milwaukee right now. We'll see what continues to happen here. If this continues to be a game or not. There was some concern here. There was a little bit of concern here because just like how we're talking about Brooklyn having to deal with injuries, well, Milwaukee had to deal with an injury as well too. Right, and their injury came in the form of their perimeter scorer. Basically, the guy that I feel that Giannis highly depends on to make, you know what I mean, to do his perimeter business while he does all of his shit inside. But before we get over to that injury, let's go back into the injury about Brooklyn and Ben Simmons. Ben Simmons, yeah, he basically said, I'm not playing Game 3, I'm coming in for Game 4. And, you know, I don't even know how much more we have to say here, but like, this just continues to speak to Ben Simmons' character and his demeanor, that it doesn't even feel like you're trying half the time to come back and play. But again, you kind of feel like he sounds like another version of Kyrie. A guy that just feels entitled and doesn't have to play the game of basketball, but plays it like whenever the fuck he wants to. Like I said, but this is also coming from, I'm gonna let you guys know this as well. This is also a bigger thing that we're not gonna be able to have anything to do about unless they change some verbiage in the collective bargaining agreement and they play hardball a little bit and try to get some of this power back that they've lost to the players. But this is 100% due to the players getting paid way too much money and all of their contracts being guaranteed. Like this is the byproduct of that. Is that we're getting to a point where now after 7 years, guys are just like, yeah, you know what? I'm good now. I don't really have to listen to shit that you say. But I can still keep my eligibility here and keep finding ways to suck up these millions. Like they're really starting to treat basketball as if it's their second job and not their primary job. You know what I mean? Like that's how Kyrie treats basketball. Like it's his, and he even said as much. Like it's his third job. Like this is just yo, you know what? I work here, I do this, and I come here and I play basketball in the rec for fun. Let's leave me the fuck alone. Like no, basketball is the reason why you're all of those things that you described yourself as being. That pillar in the community and the provider to your family and a human being and a person, blah, blah, blah. Like all that was capable because of the NBA. Like you could have went overseas. You could have been Stephon Marbury if you wanted to. If that was the case. You could have been a garbage man. I'm saying, and you could have just showed off your skills at the Rutgers for the love and fun of it, and still been a pillar in your community and all that other shit. And then as a garbage man, you know what I mean, you can tell your job like, you know what, this isn't who I am, this ain't what I do. Kyrie's so fucking backwards. He's annoying and shit. I ain't gonna lie, he truly is. Like Brooklyn honestly has a bunch of annoying little whiners on your goddamn team. They really do. Like they have. Actually, I think I may say they may have the most sensitive team in basketball history. They may have the most light-skinned team in basketball history, and they all not even that light-skinned, but they all have the most light-skinned tendencies in the world. Like I feel like this is the most entitled team ever, and they don't even have LeBron, and LeBron is the most entitled player in the league. And his entitlement usually can surpass at least 3-4 players, but not the 3 players that are in Brooklyn. God damn. These Negroes are frustrated. And it's frustrating because we just saw a guy in Boston break his There's so many players. We see Stephen Curry coming off the bench, right, and being there for his team in the playoffs, like because he understands and he wants it and understands the importance of it. We see the center in Boston doing the same thing. We see we seen Collins in Atlanta coming and fighting through their injury to try to help their team win. Like while some of these guys may be on teams where I don't like, at least I can say I respect them for that shit. Ben Simmons on a team that I like, and I don't respect this nigga for shit. Like I wish that was him sitting behind Mike Tyson. Let's move on, man. Let's talk about more disappointing big men in the league, right? A guy that I feel like his 9 lives are definitely fucking over. We're talking about one Karl Anthony fucking Towns. This big piece of goddamn trash bag. And he's not the biggest like extra large trash bag out there. There's another guy out there too in fucking Denver. He's a bigger one. But let's talk about this this big piece of wasted space named Karl Anthony Towns. I tried, Chill Will. I tried. You told me that it kind of looks like this guy is starting to get into it. Like he's starting to figure stuff out. And I watched him, and it didn't look like he was popping out on the screen towards the end of the regular season. But ever since that first play-in game, he has looked like the individual that we thought that he was. He has looked like that disappointing individual that we thought that he was. He looked like that soft guy. That guy that isn't into it. That guy that you know what, that when we see him, we're like, yo, we don't know about you. He looks like that guy. And he's been looking like that guy since the first play-in game. Now, he's also been very bipolar with his play. Where he looked like the guy that we like, yo, you're too soft, you don't know what the fuck you're doing. Like we should be talking about you like one of the best big men in the league, and yet like you're not. We're in a league where there's 3 big men being considered for MVP. You're not being considered for anything. Anything. Now, we see Karl Anthony Towns have good games, some have bad games, and we also see him take himself out of games. Karl Anthony Towns was mic'd up this game, and he was hyped. He was feeling himself. He had his Beyonce. I'm feeling myself. He was really feeling himself. Like, Port of Miami, it's the 305. He was really feeling himself. Fam, I'm gonna fuck all alive. Taking my shirt off while I drive. Right? He was really, really feeling himself. And he came out there and he was like, and you can hear him mic'd up and he's like, yeah, remember they was talking all that shit, and they were saying, and they were talking about, you know, the games that they won over there, but you know, like wait till they come over to they come over into our home and we meet them on our court. Like wait till that happens. And then it looked good. Like, no lie, it looked good. Minnesota started this game off with a 12-0 run. Patrick Beverley was going after Ja Morant. We saw him get Ja Morant into foul trouble early. Anthony Edwards foul trouble early. Once again, in this Minnesota and Memphis matchup, we saw the referees trying to be famous. We saw the referees dictate the pace of this game and really get trigger and whistle happy early. This is the second game now where I feel that the referees are using this game to be famous in. They're not doing it like to Philly. They're not doing it to Brooklyn. They're not doing it to, you know what I mean? They're fucking with Memphis and they're not doing it to Golden State. They're not fucking with Miami and Atlanta. Sorry, I'm watching somebody sing on the fucking Tito-tron. They must be having a sing-off. Damn! 70-44. I'm just mad I can't catch that goddamn Heat game. I'd rather watch this Heat game than this shit. Fuck. Okay, so we see the double team. Caruso on him. He kicks it out. Bam. 3. So what they're showing a replay of here was Giannis catching the ball on the low wing, taking his time to surveying the field. As soon as the help comes a little bit, he dishes it out to them. He dishes it out to the man sitting on the wing, kicks it out there, shoots, catches it in his pocket, raises up, threes up, goes down. Which I'm telling you right now, like, I am so mad that I thought about that after I've worked basketball games. So I can't wait to work my next basketball game. Like, I need to go ahead and talk that into existence. I need to go ahead and work my next basketball game and work the call so that I can use the phrase threes up, goes down. Sorry for the pregnant pause. I was wilding over there. Okay, so let's get back into Memphis and Minnesota. So like I said, Karl Anthony Towns is mic'd up, and he's out here basically trying to be Babe Ruth and calling his shot. He's talking his shit, right? Sounded worse than Mike Tyson. Sounded like a proper Mike Tyson. And they start this game, like seriously, they started this game off with a 12-0 run. Patrick Beverley actually was utilized as a scoring option and drew 2 early fouls on John Morant. Put him in foul trouble. Now, the crazy thing about how this game is, we all know that basketball happens to be a game of runs. And Minnesota really came out, and listen, they're rocking their crowd, they're working it. Like, they're at like 150, right? Adrenaline level, early in the game. And you see them start to come back down to the norm. And when I tell you that the referees were trying to control this game, we're talking about like, they were like 12 free throws like in that first quarter by Minnesota alone. I'm just saying that first, but as Memphis starts out, or Minnesota starts off that first quarter with a 12-0 run, Memphis would end that first quarter in a 9-0 run, right? Actually, wait, no, I am tripping. Nope. Minnesota ended that game, ended that first quarter with an additional 9-0 run. So they started off with a 12-0 run in the beginning of the first. They ended that first with a 9-0 run. That first quarter ended. It was 39-21 Minnesota. 18-point lead. They were up by as much as 20 at one point in time. To end the half, Memphis goes, and we're talking about everybody gets involved. John Morant is now back in the lineup. Anthony Edwards is back in the lineup. He's over here cooking for also Minnesota as well. You see Baines hitting big time 3-point shots. And they go on a 15-0 run to end the half. 15-0 run to end the half. And then, to start the half, Minnesota comes back out and they go on another run. And they go up by 20 points again. You understand? We're talking about like this is some Knicks shit. Where twice now in the game like they've gone up by 20. And I'm going to tell you why I call this some Knicks shit. Because for the second time, they will blow the lead. I didn't realize I was on 5%. I'm surprised I'm still recording on 5%. The Memphis Grizzlies would start going on a run in the third quarter to the point where they end the game. Listen to this. Remember all these numbers I'm giving you a lot of numbers. 12-0 run by Minnesota to start the first quarter. A 9-0 run to end the first quarter. 15-0 run to end the half for Memphis. Another run another run to start the half by Minnesota to go up by another 20 points. And then about halfway through the third to the end of the game, the Memphis Grizzlies would go on a 5-0 to 1-6 run. A 50 to 16 point run. You understand? I'm using every bit of energy in me to finish watching these games, and I'm looking at these games and I'm like, yo, I want to go to bed, but you guys are literally making this impossible. 98-92, Miami over Atlanta, about 6.5 to go. Herder's added 13 points. Dylan White got 13 points. In a game where Memphis should have lost and Minnesota should have won, Minnesota found a way to give this game up and give this game away. And Memphis took a very pivotal game 3. Because remember, they split in Memphis. They already split the first 2 games in Memphis. So they needed to come to Minnesota and take one of these games. And they took the first one. And they didn't just take the first one. They snatched this motherfucker. Like you understand? This is Goku getting beat to his life. Within an inch of his life twice within the same fight of a villain. The first time he has to go take a sensu bean. The second time they put him back, they put him in one of those recovery chambers. And for the third time he gets off that mat. This is like if you're ever able to get off the mat 3 times after being knocked out by Mike Tyson in Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. Like, it's damn near impossible. But if you do, you feel like, you know what? I can beat him today. I think I could beat him this time around. Because you don't get too many opportunities to get off the mat twice against Mike. And that's what Memphis did. They got off the mat twice against Minnesota after being knocked out in the same round, and it's a 3 knockdown rule. They got off the mat twice. 1, 2, kick it out. That's what the fuck they did. And they needed it. They needed this game. They needed it. They needed it like they needed some air. Like they needed it. Like they needed it like a bowl of honey. The Grizzlies, you get it? Whatever. It just really sucks that Cole Anthony Towns was mic'd up talking that shit, and then literally end up getting egg on his face, and then end up being a meme again. You see him underneath the paint, sitting underneath the basket in the paint in the fucking fetal position. I get it. 'Cause that's how you were treated a while ago. You were treated like your whole team should be left in the fetal position in a corner crying somewhere. With the shower just running on you on hot. Trying anything that you can to get to get that stench off. To get the dirt off. To get that feeling off of you. Basura. Straight basura. Can't believe it. I need to switch gears. I ain't gonna lie. I need to switch gears. Because while there's been a lot of great complimentary gameplay, there's been a lot of disappointing performances from people that you're not expecting, from people that you expect more out of, from people that you think like, yo, if you're supposed to be the guy that's supposed to be taking the next step, that next step that you have is broken. So when you step on it, you're about to fall through it. You need to get somebody to repair that shit. And it's been creaky and broken for a while. And we've been telling you to get a repairman in here, but you've been refusing. So what, I got it. Now look at you. Halfway through the ceiling, through the goddamn basement floor. Chicago's now on a 10-2 run, and they're still down by 21 points. That's let you know how bad Chicago was losing. They're on a 10-2 run, which means that they shaved off 8 points, right? But they're on a 10-2 run, and they're still down by 21. Damn, can I get this Miami game? Why are you forsaking me? Like, seriously. Why are you forsaking me? So let's take this time and we're gonna talk about. We're gonna switch gears. We're gonna switch some basketball talk. We're gonna get into some football talk. We're gonna talk about a hot topic that was really blowing up. Which I invited Ronnie to as well, but Ronnie ain't. I'm gonna invite you again, Ronnie. See if you want to join our chat room. Oh, I got it. Aha! Atlanta, Miami. Finally. Shit. Whew. I got them both now. I got Chicago, then Milwaukee over here, and Miami and Atlanta. And, man, so 101, 98, Miami's up. We got 3:50 to go. Monica McNutt is reporting something. I can't hear what she's reporting. I see Kyle Lowry on the bench. Looks like somebody's about to take free throw shots. Atlanta's in red. Nope, nobody's taking free throw shots. Okay, and Miami's in black and Atlanta's in red. Trae Young's been in the paint forever. That's a defensive 3 seconds, but they haven't put the ball in play yet. I'm sorry. Like I'm telling you, I have this really mixed emotion about Trae Young right now, and I ain't gonna lie, it happened during the Cleveland series too, right? And it's happening right now during the Miami series, and it's only because I want the Miami fan base to hate Trae Young the way that I hate Trae Young. But there's only one way for them to hate Trae Young the way that I hate Trae Young. That's for them to lose to Trae Young. But Miami is definitely treating Trae Young like the students from NYU was treating him. Like, yo, you thought Trae Young was still good, right? Fuck Trae Young! Fuck Trae Young! Ooh, shit. Telling you, home cooking. I just seen Trae Young dribbling to his left, a little hezzy, gets around PJ Tucker a little bit, gets contact, puts up the shot, makes it, and one. Now he's going to the line to see if he can see if he can tie up this game and get 3 the hard way. And he got 3 the hard way, folks. This game is all tied with 3:33 left to go in the game. And I see white chicks in the first row in Atlanta happy. Oh my God. Yo, it's funny too, right? Because I'm noticing her eyelashes. And I don't know if you guys have seen this story lately, right? And because I don't know also the truth of it or not. But they're talking about how the first sets of fake eyelashes really started to come about. Ooh, Tyler Hero with the block on Trae Young as he tried to drive to the lane. Tyler Hero gets it, pop that shit. Man, he was tripping. Tyler Hero should have popped that shit. Gets it out to Tyler Hero, folks, as he gave it back up to Jimmy. Stops, pops, he misses. PJ Tucker, offensive board. Number 3 by Miami, and 3's up, goes down. Miami up 104-101. Folks, we're seeing some Zulu Nation over there in Atlanta go ahead and they're clapping for Miami. That may have been, what's his name? Let me buy you a drink. T-Pain. Who knows? And this game is big, 81-54, Milwaukee over Chicago. Which, okay, so let's go ahead and switch gears before we go into our next commercial break, right? We have a hard commercial break coming up in about the next 10 minutes or so. So let's spend the next 10 minutes talking about this hot topic that happened to hit our wire. And Ronnie, I'm gonna send you another invite to our chat line because it should be popping in there. And that is about. We're gonna go into the NFL and talk about some of these. Damn it! My feed just stopped. Hope I can get it back. and that is about the move of one Debo Samuels, folks. Yes, Debo Samuels happens to be the hot topic name that happens to be now on the market. Debo Samuels has gone to his team and told them that, hey, I officially want to be traded. Now, rumors are that this all stems from a contract dispute and the utilization of Debo Samuels. Now, what we hear is obviously that they want to pay Debo Samuels probably like a running back, which may be more like an injury-prone wide receiver, versus where Debo Samuels wants to get paid, and that is like a top-tier wide receiver. And now, with that conflict, because also Debo Samuels no longer wants to keep being a Swiss Army knife, especially if you're going to pay me 15 mil. If you're going to use me like an army knife, then now I want that top tier receiver money, because I am way more valuable than just a receiver, and I am way more valuable than just the average running back. I am I am now, what am I? A wide back? And has nobody not called them that? A wide back. You know what I mean? A running receiver? Nah. Like, but if you're gonna use me as both, then I want to be paid as a wide back and not just a wide receiver or a running back. Ooh. You seen the dirty player from Milwaukee just took a nice little hit driving to the lane. Did you get the N1? Oh, it almost looked like he got hit in the face, but nah, that just came across the shoulder. Grayson Allen. Let's take another look. Let's see if the Kardashian hit him in the face. Nope, that was just across the shoulder. But he did get the N1. Wait, hold on. Why the fuck did he give me the... Man, they be playing with me. Why? Now I got the goddamn... Chicago game on 2 different TVs. That's not what I was doing here. Get me back to the Heat game. Let's see how this shit ends. There we go. Back to the Heat. Atlanta's up now. 109-107 with 106 left to go. 3-point miss by Atlanta. Miami gets the rebound. And looks like there's been a stoppage of play. Let's see what kind of whistle is going on here. And let's continue to talk about Debo Samuels trade. So, I told you what the rumors are, right? He's basically saying that I don't want to be utilized as a Swiss Army knife anymore. And I especially don't want to be used as a Swiss Army knife if you're going to pay me at such low money. Right? That now I want, and if that's going to be the case and you're going to devalue me that way, then I want to be traded. So now we start talking about what is his trade value, because he's talking about he wants to be paid like one of the top wide receivers. Now, while none of us think that he's a top wide receiver, when you add in his running back element, we could possibly understand in him wanting that extra sour cream and cheese on his taco. But if you don't desire to be that Swiss Army knife anymore, then what is your true value? Because if you don't want to be the Swiss Army knife, then I can't pay you like a top wide receiver anymore. Because without you being that Swiss Army knife, like you ain't worth the extra cheese or sour cream. That's now the dilemma. I believe that's going on with Debo Samuels. And I believe that's part of the dilemma that makes him such a hot topic. Because now what are you willing to give up? Because if you're a team, like, and it's the way I'm looking at this, right? If you're a team that's gonna be giving up anything for Debo Samuels, you need to know what you're getting fully before you pay him. Because sometimes you are way more valuable to the team that you're on, to the team that you could possibly go to. And we've seen that on a lot of individuals that thought that it was better for me to go on the market than versus take this money with this team. You may be more valuable and more useful to the team that you're on, to the other team that you may go to. Let's break this down a little bit further. One, Debo Samuels. This reminds me of Jimmy Graham back in the day. See? where he wanted to be paid as a wide receiver versus just a tight end, right? So, but also I understand it, but he's not trying to be paid like a running back. Like Deebo Samuels is a wide receiver. He shouldn't be paid like a running back. He should be paid like a wide receiver. It's just now, where do you value his wide receiving skills when you compare it to the top wide receivers in the game? And if you get to a certain number, right, that you're willing to give him just as a wide receiver, now you start finding out, are you willing to do all that extra shit that made you this valuable in San Francisco? Because if not, then this is where your cap is. Maybe that's where your cap is, $18 million as an injury-prone wide receiver. Maybe prove to me that you can stay healthy. Maybe I give you a 2 year, maybe all of your guaranteed money is built into the first 2 years of your contract. Like, we've seen all these guys get money. Like, because to be honest with you, and I know this is going to be disrespectful, right? Because I only say disrespectful shit. But what are we talking about here? I was going to say, what? Yeah, give him Christian Kirk money. See, Christian Kirk fucked up the whole market. That's what the fuck happened here. Christian Kirk fucked up that whole goddamn market. Okay, so give him Chris Godwin money. Like, I didn't have these in front of me because I know I had a list of receivers that had got paid this year. And we're talking about Devontae Adams, 5 years, 141, 28 mil a year. Right? 67.5 guaranteed. Tyreek Hill, 4 years, 120, 35.3 a year, 72.2 guaranteed. Christian Kirk, 4 for 72, 18 a year. 20 million bonus, 37 guaranteed. Robbie Anderson, 2 for 29.5. Chris Godwin, 3 years for 60 mil. 40 guaranteed. So maybe that's somewhere around where you pay him at, as a regular wide receiver, somewhere between Christian Kirk and Chris Godwin. But then I can see, okay, you also want to get, if I'm going to use you now as a wide receiver, maybe now I add on 5 more mil. Maybe that's where you get that 25 mil a year from. Okay, so maybe I'm not so much against it, maybe getting 25 mil a year. But then again, that's giving him more a year than Stephon Diggs. So then again, maybe we're talking about what's that guaranteed money gonna look like. Stephon Diggs got 50 mil guaranteed. Chris Godwin got 40 mil guaranteed. Christian Kirk got 37 million guaranteed. I tell you, Christian Kirk fucked up that whole market. Because again, I can see, okay, maybe you give him 40 mil guaranteed for the first 2 years, and you get all of that money out in those first 2 years, which basically makes it a 20 million guaranteed contract. If you want, give him 25 of it. Give him 25 of it as a sign-in bonus. What were some of these bonuses over here? Christian Kirk got a $20 million bonus. Stephon Diggs got a $21.5 million bonus. So yeah. So somewhere, because he shouldn't be getting Stephon Diggs money at all. So I guess somewhere between Christian Kirk and Chris Godwin, but make sure it's lower than Stephon Diggs. But also higher than Allen Robinson. Because I know I had the question earlier too. Like I posed the question and they're like, damn, Atlanta, damn it, what did I miss? Atlanta won this game by 1 point. What the fuck did I miss? Okay, Trae Young coming up, PJ Tucker on him. Floater, bounces, goes in, game. Winner, blouses. Telling you. Ooh, and they got a cheap foul on Jimmy Butler. Alright, so now I got Phoenix and Milwaukee on. That's a tough one to swallow. Like I ain't gonna lie, but I'm telling you that home cooking, it helps you squeak out these 1-point games. We're about to take our break soon. When we come back from break, we're gonna finish talking about Deebo Samuel's value, right? As we've now compared, like taking a look at some of these other guys who got paid this year, so we can now have a little bit better of a snapshot of where he possibly could fall. We'll take a deeper look at now. If you're a team that's gonna sign him, if you're signing him, what are you signing? What are you giving up? And where are you gonna what kind of money are you now saying you're gonna sign him? But like I said, there's some due diligence to be done. We're gonna take a break. We'll be back after this commercial break.
They didn't join this team to win championships or become famous. They joined because there is important work to be done, and only some able to do it. They are brighter, better educated, led, and equipped than any team in history. They are doctors, lawyers, engineers, technologists, and combat troops, all prepared for whatever comes their way. You'll find them where the lights don't flash, and the only contract they sign is with themselves and their country. One day, they may be asked what they did to make a difference in this world, and they can respond, "I became a soldier."
And now it's back up to a 30-point lead for Milwaukee over Chicago. This is kind of disappointing, I ain't gonna lie. This is kind of disappointing.
They didn't join this team to win championships.
Okay. Well, they should have joined the Chicago team to win championships. There's so much to get into. Let's hurry up, because we are finally into the last hour of the podcast, folks. All right, and we're in the MyT hour of the podcast. Do we have a bomb to drop for them? No, you got rid of my bomb. You got rid of my bomb. How dare ye? How dare ye? Like, see this bullshit I gotta deal with. Folks, yeah, this is officially the last hour of the podcast. It's about to get hot and heavy because we still got a lot of games to try to get into as well, and we still ain't finished talking that football. All right, let's get into the last hour of the podcast, right? The MyT hour, especially on this Friday. Oof. I thought KJ said he was coming through. KJ was making excuses. I don't know why KJ be calling me and be like, "Yo, what time the podcast start?" 8:07. The answer is always gonna be 8:07. Whether I started 10 minutes late or an hour late, I'm always still trying to start the podcast at 8:07. That never changes. I don't know why you call me an hour or 2 hours before the podcast, like, "Yo, what time we gonna start?" Like, that's always the set start time. Unless I come out and be like, "Hey, yo, like, there's some things going on. We ain't gonna be able to." Like, no, we are starting on time. That's the set time every single time. Like, you even want to be here for the show or you don't. You gotta ask what time it is. You know. You even made arrangements to come and join, or you didn't. And anybody that's joining us through the Podbean Live, that's how you join the podcast, folks. That's how you're able to call in. Download the Podbean app. You come join us in the live section. That's how you're able to call in. Yeah, right now I'm low key. I'm cussing out my absent co-host. As we see, Devin Booker still on the bench with his hamstring injury. We'll talk about that a little bit later. So here we go about. So let's talk about. So here we go about Deebo Samuel. So we talked about all of the little things that he is and what he may not be and what he isn't. So now it really comes down to, what does Deebo Samuel actually want to be? Do you want to be paid as one of the best, as one of the top, as one of the top offensive players in the game? If you do, then when I sign you, then I need you to be that Swiss Army knife. If you're telling me you don't want to be that Swiss Army knife, then we're gonna have to reevaluate you, and we're gonna revalue you, and it changes what I'm giving up. It changes, and also it changes what I'm giving up. One. and it also changes of what we're going to negotiate when it comes time to sign this contract. And it's going to be up to organizations to be able to do their due diligence to understand the kind of guy that they're getting. But also, not just understand the kind of guy that you're getting, you also have to understand. You also have to understand the personnel that you already have on your team. And when I say personnel, I'm talking about coaching staff more than anything else. To be able to understand that if you're going to utilize it, if this guy says he's willing to be a Swiss Army knife, and you're signing him to be a Swiss Army knife, that you have the kind of offensive mind that can utilize him that way. You don't want him signing up for a team where he can't be utilized to all of his talent. Now listen, regardless of which version that you're getting, right? Whether you're getting just the wide receiver or the Swiss Army knife, right? Or you're getting the wide back, as I'm calling it. You're getting a couple. You are guaranteed to get a couple of things. You're guaranteed to get a guy that when you put the ball in his hand, he's a playmaker. More than anything else, he's a playmaker. You put the ball in his hand, he's a playmaker. He probably would do great on special teams as well. He's probably one of those guys. But also, too, you have a guy that has had injuries in the past. And last year may have been his best year. You have to be wary about if you finally do pay him, whether you pay him as a wide receiver or a wide back. What is his durability? What is his life shelf? What is his sustainability factor? And that may come into that may be determined. Oh shit! Wait a minute, that I didn't have nothing in it. Okay, man, I just unplugged the mic. Shit. Ah, god damn it. Okay, let's this way. That's a little bit easier to see. Alrighty. Sorry about that. I just unplugged that mic. Let's make sure that it's picking back up on the feed. Test. Nope, that's not picking back up. Hold on. Get back here. Stop it right now. Test. How we looking? Test. Nope. Wait. Okay. Test. There we go. Okay. So, not quite back, but kind of back. That's not good. Giving me all kinds of emotional damage right now. Where's my... We here. Alright, let's try that. Okay. I moved over to the camera. Now let's move it back to the... Let's reload these devices again. Let's try to get it back over to the Yeti. We'll see. It's gonna be iffy. It's gonna be shaky if this audio caught itself back. Because damn it, I just unplugged the mic. Did I accidentally hit mute by any chance? Nope. I did not accidentally hit mute by any chance. Alrighty. But I did accidentally unplug the mic, and I don't know if I have my mic back on my feed that I'm going to be using to share. Things are looking weird. Like real weird. Hold on. Just bear with me a second. Thank you guys for bearing with me. You know you may not be bearing with me. Take the input out of there. Reload. We'll see. Okay. So I can't keep worrying about that. I do know that I'm being picked up on YouTube and also shit. I'm being picked up on YouTube and also on Podbean. I see Darnell trying to call me. I don't know why the hell Darnell's calling me for. Let's see. Where's my microphone? Yeti. Let's see. Oh, okay. Maybe he realized I was on the air. Maybe he didn't realize. Let's see. We detected a network issue. The problem with the cloud recording may not be available on the stream. If you need this session recorded, please make sure you're recording locally. Yep. So something just happened. So something just happened majorly. Like when I accidentally just unplugged that mic. And I can't really reboot the whole system. Let's see something here. So you guys are still hearing me on YouTube and through the video feed. Yeah, I'll take it. I'll go ahead and take it. So let's go ahead and continue and get into this Debo thing. God damn it! No, fuck shit up. Oh no, fucked up the church's money. Let's see if my boy tried calling me, and he may have realized that I was recording. Let's see if he try to get a hold of me through other means. Just realize like, yo, I can just pop up and see you. New Orleans is trying. Ooh, we just see Brandon Ingram hit a step into a 3-pointer and hit. Actually, no, that wasn't Brandon. That was somebody. That was a shorter version of Brandon Ingram. Alrighty. God damn. Every time I look up, this lead is getting worse. 35-point lead. 37-point lead for Milwaukee. Let's just go ahead and talk about this now, right? Shit. Actually, no, I'm not gonna talk about this now. But I'm gonna talk about this next, though. I am gonna talk about this next. I was gonna talk about Philly next after we talk about this Debo Samuel shit. But let's talk about this next, right? And get that out the way. I thought I was doing Debo Samuel. Okay, so let's wrap up Debo Samuel. So I think you guys get the point, right? Is that like an organization like the Jets, you're gonna have to find out. Okay, not only as a owner, like do I have the offensive minds to be able to draw everything out of Debo Samuels, but also do I am I gonna be signing a Debo Samuels that wants to be a Swiss Army knife, or am I signing a Debo Samuels that just wants to be a wide receiver? And based off of that research is how I'm gonna determine on how I want to pay Debo. That's just how it's gonna be. And I think that now my mic is going all super high on me. This thing don't like me right now. All right, so and we'll get a determination about Debo's value. But we'll also see if these are the things that these owners are determining. Because if they're not taking this into consideration, then they're basically just doing franchise malpractice. Because if not, then you may end up overpaying for somebody that you're not utilizing the way that you are paying him for. The only reason why you would give Debo Samuels money like a top receiver is because you plan on using him, and he knows that he's going to be used as a wide back. But then once you start using like a wide back, then now you put in those extra hits on him, those extra touches, all those, all those extra targets, which means that for a guy that's already been injured and may have some injury problems, you're talking about wearing him down faster. That's what I'm telling you. If he gets the money that we're talking about, he may be looking for. I don't see there being anything more than a 2-year guarantee on this. He's getting all of his money early and fast. 2 years. This may be a 4-year contract. He's getting his money in 2 years, and then if you've played up to it, then we reevaluate. And he'll probably move on after 2 years, unless he turns out to be like Stephon Diggs, and then he'll earn himself another contract. All right, so let's take an about face and let's get right back into the basketball, right? Because you've been hearing me talking about basketball and giving you updates this whole entire time. And actually, no, I was gonna talk about Chicago, Milwaukee next anyway. I am tripping. Philly was in line on yesterday's show when I turned the page over. 32-point lead for Milwaukee over Chicago, which I'm surprised about. I'm not gonna lie. And only reason I'm surprised is that because we know that they are missing Chris Middleton, right? Chris Middleton went down for Milwaukee with an MCL strain, and they're talking about it maybe about 2 weeks before he returns to the league or returns to the lineup, right? Or before he could be probably even reevaluated. Who knows what officially the 2 week time frame entails? You know, sometimes those things can be a little bit iffy. Now, when the news of Chris Middleton being out broke, right? Obviously, Chris Middleton going down is a big reason why Milwaukee lost. Ooh, god damn! Yo, big bro Antetokounmpo just flushed it on that whole team. Caught the pass, drove by his man, one dribble, bam, and one. Raises up with one, goes, yep, it's gonna be and one. Yo, his brother already took his jersey. That's how you know Milwaukee's done for the night. Giannis already has his jersey off. Like, Giannis ain't on the bench in his jersey. He's on the bench in a black t-shirt. They're like, yeah, we're done here. There's no more to see here. Like, we can go ahead and get rest for the next game. We're already in town. Somebody start ordering some deep dishes. Or as we call it in New York, those pizza pies. That's really what they have there. They have pizza pies. Like, literally pies of pizza. Like, I know it's supposed to be a pizza pie, but a deep dish is really like a cherry pie of pizza. Like, that's something like pizza pie. And so Chris Middleton going down is what really helped cause Milwaukee to lose game 2. I was worried about them when it came to this third game, because I'm like, damn, Chris Middleton does do a lot for you when it comes to perimeter scoring and perimeter defense, right? He really helps. He helps in the spacing. He helps with the pacing of your team, and you just lost game 2 to Chicago. Chicago, for a good portion of the season, was the best team in the East, right? And injuries helped derail them as well. It was mainly the one to Lonzo Ball. Ooh. Charge? Yep. Jay Crowder draws a charge. So when I heard that Chris Middleton was going to be down, I was worried that, you know what, this could be one of those perfect games or even scenarios where Chicago, you know what, they steal this game. They're up 2-1. They got another game at home. Maybe they up 3-1. And I was worried and wondered, can Giannis recover if he end up losing this season, even if Chris Middleton is injured? And I was saying to myself, no, he can't. Like, you have to get out the first round. You're the champion. Like, you have to find a way to make it out that first round. And Milwaukee didn't disappoint. Or they're not disappointed. They came into this game and they came in here to take care of business. As we said, like, for the most part, they got this lead. They got this lead early in the first half, and they haven't let go. And all they've done is grow it and grow it and grow it and grow it and grow it. And now you're talking about a 30-point lead over Chicago. Giannis Antetokounmpo is not even playing anymore. He's on the bench resting. He took off his jersey. He's in a black T-shirt. You see Giannis Antetokounmpo out here dunking on them. DeMar DeRozan only has 11 points tonight after having 41 in game 2. That and was also a big push that helped. That helped them get over. That helped them beat Milwaukee, but not tonight. You see the struggles tonight. You see them keeping him in check tonight, restricting his movements, challenging all his shots, closing out better, putting a couple of longer defenders on him. 105-73 Milwaukee, 32-point game. Like I said, trust me, we have a lot of similar questions that we had about Giannis for Phoenix. But with Phoenix, there comes a little bit more sting to it. But before we get to this Phoenix game, right, and we talk about Phoenix, let's talk about this Philly and Toronto game that happened while we were recording the podcast on Wednesday night. where we had Philly taking on Toronto, Philly going up to Toronto to take them on. And this being one of those great games, being one of those memorable games, just having all of the elements that you needed. We're talking about, and hats off to Toronto as they continue to fight, right? And they continue to give out to put up a fight through this game. This game would end, right? Actually, let me tell you where this game went to first.
Double fucking overtime!
Double fucking overtime. And at the end of the first overtime, right? Or coming down to the end of the first, end of regulation. Game is tied. Joel Embiid has, Philly has opportunity to win the game. They get an inbound play, and instead of it being like a roll to the basket play, something close, something in the paint, the alley-oop, or some kind of cut. No, they get it to Joel Embiid on the wing, like outside the 3-point line, right? Or I should say on the wing, and Joel Embiid takes a step back three, or takes a step back, pops a three, clank. We go into overtime. Makes you wonder, like, damn, could this game have already been over if he would have tried to catch it closer to the basket? But as this game goes into... Wait, did he go into double overtime? No. We didn't get 3 overtimes. We only got 2 overtimes. No, wait. We only got 1 overtime. Sorry, same scenario, 1 overtime. And what ended up happening is that we get into overtime, and the same thing happens all over again. Right? We get a hard-fought game, goes back and forth, come down to the last play of the game. Game is tied again. And again, you think, okay, now you have the opportunity to correct what you got wrong the last time. Now you on this play, you could go ahead and get it inside and maybe get yourself a little shot, a little easier shot, or a shot closer to the basket. Use your 7-foot frame, high, lead and scorer, MVP candidate, my MVP vote. And you can go ahead and utilize that and try to get yourself an easy basket. No, that's not what happened. Again, Joel Embiid, now this time on the corner, gets the ball, right? Maybe a little bit closer now, right? The more statistically closer shot, right? To be able to take, but gets it on the corner. And even from the side, maybe I think it feels like the opposite side, right? From where, what's going on, Ronnie? Can you hear me? Let me know if you can hear me. Cause I fucked up my mic earlier. As this game just ended, Milwaukee versus Chicago, 111-81. They won by 30. So now the only game left that we have is this Phoenix versus the Pelicans. And this game, again, injuries. The injuries are causing additional entry to a lot of these series. Nope, Ronnie can't hear me. You must not be able to hear me at all. Shit. God damn it, that sucks. They can't hear me on the calling line. I can't hear anything. Yep, kind of figured that. I see you. Yeah, I accidentally plugged out my mic earlier, and I think when I plugged out the mic, it fucked up and reset the audio everywhere, and I haven't been able to. I don't think I've been able to get it back properly. I haven't been able to get it back on Podbean properly, and I haven't been able to get it out to the website properly. I think the only places that you can hear me out now is YouTube, or if you hit the behind the scene cameras on Instagram. I think that's where you're at, Ronnie. I see. Yeah, I know. Like these Pelicans are interesting. These Pelicans are interesting. All right, and we about to talk about these Pelicans pretty soon. And like, but we see Philly get into after going into overtime once and missing the shot that probably should have been closer to the rim. They take the similar shot, a very similar shot, and this time from the corner where Kawhi Leonard basically kind of ended his playoff run is where Joel Embiid hits the shot to put his team up 3-0. And you have to think, like, even for him, it has to get a little personal because even though this isn't the same Toronto team that eliminated him, and not even the individual that got him out is there anymore, right? Even though like none of those elements, even though like none of those guys are there before, you still remember that team, and they still have some people, right? Not all of them, but they have some of the people that were there that eliminated you. But mainly, you remember that team. You remember that building. You remember how you felt about this. How you felt about this particular place. I know I'm getting that feedback up in Podbean pretty soon. You know how you felt about you losing in this place, and you can tell, like, you know what? This time, we're the bigger brother. This time, we're the bully on the block. And this time, that we're gonna go ahead and send you home in a in a disgraceful fashion, you know what I mean, or in a manner that leaves you distraught. And that's what they did. They go up 3-0. They're taking out Toronto, and up 3-0. Is Jay Crowder about to get himself? Oh, god damn! Yo, Isaac Hayes. I don't know if that's his first name. They took away her clearance. Wait, who we talking about here? Let's see. They gotta do better. Let's see. Pelicans. Okay, they got lucky. I didn't think she's transferring. Whoa. Ronnie, you're in the wrong chat. Oh, no, you're telling me. Oh, okay, my bad. You're telling me the story. Okay, so this Navy E5 just got caught shoplifting last week and shaking my head. She's on some shit. I thought you was trying to text this to somebody. I don't think she's transferring out. She could be getting kicked out. They took away her clearance. Yeah, that's crazy. Like, I remember here, like, you always get a couple of those every once. I remember processing a couple of paperwork for that shit. A couple of people got caught stealing. Like really? That's crazy. It's always crazy to hear stories like that. Oh, okay. Now let's see. The Podbean feed may be back up. I can't guarantee that for sure, but it may be back up. And I'm about to restart the feed to the website as well. It's not even letting me stop it. That motherfucker's being stubborn. There we go. And we'll go ahead and we'll bring that back up as well. Like I can't just keep sitting here and keep trying to record, knowing that they're not recording anymore. So yeah, it looked like Isaac Hayes. He blew up. He blew up Jay Crowder a while ago. Like literally blew him up. And Jay Crowder was gonna go after. Like, he blew him the fuck up. Like, he did that shit like it was personal. Like, he did that shit that makes me want to watch the beginning of this game again, right? The first quarter and a half, to see if Jay Crowder took any cheap shots at him at any point in time, because he stuffed the fuck out of him. Still nothing on podbean? I could have swore I seen somebody come and go. Did I see somebody come and go? So I had a total of 2 people in there already. And Isaac Hayes is kicked out of the building. They gave him a flagrant 2. And it's funny, of course, you see Mr. President of the Players Association. So maybe Jay Crowder was chirping at him a little bit. That made him get a little bit extra physically aggressive with him. But listen, New Orleans just lost one of their key players. They just lost one of their key young players or whatever. So they're making this easy for Phoenix. Yo, it's funny, because I'm watching Jay Crowder go after Hayes right now, right? And I just remember, and all I can flashback to right now is when Jay Crowder was trying to bark at Draymond Green, and Draymond Green was like, yeah, she has no reason to be doing that. Yeah, that makes no sense. And Draymond Green started telling Jay Crowder, like, yo, like, you're not about that life. Stop it right now. Like, you from the suburbs. You come from a good community. Like, you have a nice family. Like, you're not about that life. Like, stop talking reckless. Like, he literally pulled the 8 Mile shit on him. Like, yo, your name is Clarence, and Clarence has really nice parents. Like, stop it. Oh man. So Philly ends up hitting. So not just Philly, but Joel Embiid ends up hitting a shot from around the corner that ends up winning that game, and they go up 3-0. And now, listen, as we know, that not too many teams come back from a 3-0 deficit. So we're gonna go ahead and keep an eye on this, and Philly may be taking care of business early and getting themselves a little bit of rest for that next round, because the next round they're supposed to be facing. Let me see here. Philly is the 3-6 matchup. Is that who Philly is? So they're gonna get the number 2 matchup in Boston. So we're gonna keep an eye on that. Now, like I said, the injuries have been plaguing us everywhere. Like even this Phoenix and New Orleans game, all right? In this Phoenix and New Orleans game, I worry for Phoenix. I really do, because they lost Devin Booker, and I worry for Phoenix because these are the moments that Chris Paul has built his reputation on, and it isn't a reputation for winning. It's a reputation for...
But they are who we thought they were.
Loser! You're a loser! Are you feeling sorry for yourself? Well, you should be, because you are dirt! You make me sick, you big baby! Baby want a bottle? A big dirt bottle?
Failed this city! You have failed this city! You have failed this city!
You could have just said he was nuts.
You have failed this city!
Like, we know that Chris Paul is infamous for failing your city. Like, I was wondering, when is Chris Paul's moment gonna come? When is Chris Paul gonna Chris Paul? And I was wondering if Chris Paul was gonna Chris Paul in the Western Conference Championship or in the championship, right? Because you figure like they have the best record in the league, that they're the favorites. They should be the favorites to make it to the championship. At what point will Chris Paul and lose in the pivotal moment where they should be winning? This is that moment. This is when Chris Paul's. The first round. You understand what happens if they lose to the first round just because they don't have Devin Booker? And Chris Paul is supposed to be one of the guys that's responsible for helping turn around this franchise or help this franchise realize what they need to get over the hump, even though they haven't won the championship. He helped them take them to the next level, I guess you could say. And like I said, New Orleans is one of those teams where they're young and hungry enough, right? right? They're young and hungry enough, and they have enough young guys that have been tossed away by other teams to be like, yo, we have also a chip on our shoulder. We're young enough, we're hungry enough, we're, in a good sense, we're ignorant enough, but we also have a mini chip on our shoulder. We're all displaced stars. You're talking about Jose Alvarez. We're talking about Brandon Ingram. We're talking about C.J. McCollum. Remember, and they still haven't played with Zion. And talking about injuries, depending on how deep New Orleans get, if they make it to the second round, we may see Zion. Like, that's a real possibility. And there's nothing I will do. Got these weird ass songs in my head. It's probably because I was watching the Miami Heat play. I got this weird ass Jimmy Butler commercial in my head. And listen, and talking about teams in trouble, right? Why I think that the Phoenix Suns are in trouble. I know for a fact that like my boy Ronnie is saying, like, Utah Jazz are in big trouble. They're in big trouble, right? This series was supposed to be affected by the injury to the Mavs star Luka Doncic, as he is dealing with a calf strain. But with every game that Dallas steals, and I call it a steal because the Dallas Mavericks, while they are the higher seeded team, they don't have their star. And this is, I think, what's this, the 4-5 matchup anyway? They don't have Luka Doncic. A guy that, he had a kind of run, and he was playing towards the end of this season the way that Boston and Jason Tatum was playing. Jason Tatum was playing in Boston. Like, he was having that kind of epic run towards the end of the season where you had to start putting his name in the conversations for MVP. Now, the crazy thing about it, the injury to Luka Doncic did not deter this team. Instead, what it has done is that it has helped us and helped Dallas, I guess you could say, or it has helped introduce the world, I should say, to the other talents on the Dallas Mavericks team. One very so by the name of Jalen Brunson. Now, Jalen Brunson, I tell you guys, is one of those still. Jalen Brunson is one of those guys that, if you're a Knicks fan, he's already been on your radar. Yeah, he was born like that in Villanova. I don't know why that happened. Why I always say that shit like that. But if you're a Knicks fan, then you definitely know about Jalen Brunson. He's been on your radar for the last 2 years. You're hoping to get him. His dad is a former Knick. His dad was the first agent of Leon Rose. And also, Jalen Brunson is also from the New York area. Like, Knicks fans know all about Jalen Brunson. And for these last 2 games, he's been balling. And the crazy thing about it is that they've had Jalen Brunson putting up Luka numbers against Utah. Doesn't Utah have the Stifle fucking tower? Isn't Utah supposed to be known partially for their defense? A lot for their defense? Yet, you have Luka Doncic's backup acting like he's Luka out here, and you haven't done anything to stop him, and that's what makes it so bad. Like, there are a couple of franchises that you could like. There's a couple of franchises that I feel like they're gonna have to look at themselves really hard, but I don't know how true that is because the franchises that are gonna have to look at themselves are all small market teams. And I may be thinking about them from a big market standpoint, where you've had this team now for 4 or 5 years now. You've got to just kind of running around in the same wheel in the playoffs, and you haven't gone any further. Like, you've made yourself a playoff team, but not a championship contending team. And obviously, you're a whole lot closer as a playoff team than not a playoff team, but you're still not in a position where you can realistically win a championship. But if you're a small market team, you're exactly where you want to be. And I realize this about teams like Denver and Utah, that we always hear about these teams always in the playoffs. Just think about it. For the last 40 years, these guys pretty much have been in the playoffs a good portion of the last 40 years. And even though they don't win it, you gotta figure if you're in a small market, you're doing just enough. You're causing massive intrigue. You're causing massive hysteria, huge levels of excitement, and your team is in the postseason, which is basically the championship tournament, or the tournament to win a championship. And you're always there, which means that you're always selling. Which means that you're always, for your small market, you always have regular season intrigue, so that you're able to at least try to maximize sales for your team, for people to come out and watch. You make it to the postseason, so then you get all the extra money for the postseason sales. See, small markets that kind of put themselves in these hamster wheels, they actually are kind of doing it right. It's only in the big markets where we know that, we can go ahead and tear this shit down and be bad for fucking 20 years or be bad for a decade, that we constantly be like, okay, we've been in this hamster wheel of just playoffs for the last 3 years. We're not championship team. Let's go ahead and tear this shit down and try something different. Just let you know, I'd rather, over the last 40 years, I would rather be in Utah's position than the Knicks' position. Just think about that. Over the last 40 years, since 1982, damn, 82? The fuck? I guess so, shit. I just got reminded I'm turning 41 this year. Oh man, but since 1982, I would rather be in the Utah Jazz's position than the New York Knicks' position. Because even as a small market team, they always find a way to keep themselves relevant. They did it through the era of... Just think about it. They did it through the era of Karl Malone and John Stockton. Then after John Stockton and Karl Malone, they did it through the era of... damn it, what was his name? We were comparing him to like Chris Paul, Williams. Something Williams? He came out, he played with Brooklyn for a while. Darren Williams, there we go. Then they made it through the playoffs through the era of Darren Williams and Andre Kirilenko, right? And then they had the era now that we see now. Over the last 40 years, they've kept themselves pretty relevant in the playoffs. And being in the playoffs is being in championship contention. Because you can't be in championship contention unless you're in the playoffs. Now, are you a true championship contender? That's different. But you are in contention. Carlos Boozer era too, yeah. I'm telling you, like you may think, I know it sounds weird for me to say it, but when you think about it, as a Knicks fan, from just based on success wise, I would rather I wouldn't mind being a Utah Jazz fan. Over the last 20 years, I wouldn't have mind being a Denver Nugget fan. Because even the Denver Nuggets, like I said, before the Carmelo Anthony era, we're talking about the Dikembe Mutombo, Antonio McDyess. And now we're talking about them doing it again in a whole different era. These are actually some of the better franchises in the leagues that don't get talked about. But they get it though. These franchises get it. We talk about how small markets are, small market this, small market that, but they at least they at least understand one thing. When we get our young superstars, we keep our young superstars. Jimmy Sloan, George, yeah, we keep our young superstars, right? And we build a team that at least can make it to the playoffs, because that's the first step to being a championship contender. And if we do that, it will keep intrigue in our team, in our city, and it'll continuously give us postseason money as well. And listen, if you can't win a championship, the next best thing is at least making it to the playoffs, because at least you know that, damn, my team is close, my team is close, my team is close, my team is always there, my team is, like, you understand. As a Utah fan and a Denver Nuggets fan, you can say way more than a Knicks fan, like, damn, my team has been a lot closer to winning a championship than your team has over the last 20 years, over the last 40 years. And they've done a whole lot more consistent winning. They don't overthink their process. They get best available players on the board every single time. They don't try to get cute and be like, well, this guy, man, he was the slam dunk contest winner in the AAU back in high school. Let's go ahead and reach up and grab him, even though he's slated as being picked in the second round. I know he has a bad motor, but let's go ahead and be cute and get him. Like they don't do that. They identify the best available player on the board and they grab that guy. And they keep grabbing best available players, and they built their team around best available players. Not guys that they had to reach up for and hope for. Sorry, I didn't mean to go on such much of a tangent when it comes to the Utah Jazz. But I had to explain that to you guys, because I think there's a difference in mentality when you're talking about looking at a team from a small market point of view and truly breaking it down versus looking at a team from a big market point of view. And I come from a big market point of view. I come from a big market team. How they've always talked about teams in our bigger market, but I'm also realizing that this also causes decade-long lulls, and you don't get decade-long lulls in these other markets, because you know what? Utah can't afford a decade-long lull. Denver can't afford a decade-long lull. Think about this. Even Portland. Think about Portland over the last 40 years. They've been more successful than the New York Knicks. Or maybe, made it to a championship at least once. New York Knicks over the last 40 years have only made it to 2 championships, I believe. But still, because there's consistency again through different eras. Portland has found a way, and Denver finds a way. The Utah Jazz, because they can't have a decade of bad basketball. Because if they go for a decade of bad basketball, you'll see their attendance numbers go from 80 and 90% down to 30%, and they can't survive with a 30% attendance. So they are always building playoff contending teams, or teams that are in the playoffs, which are basically a championship contending team. Even though they may not be a championship contender, they're championship contending teams, because the first route to contending for a championship is making it to the playoffs. Let's see. That's why I tell people we don't need LeBron anymore in the Heat. He left the team gutted and ran. Right, they are in a better place. They definitely are. They definitely are. But also Miami Heat again, they understand it too. Like I said, Miami Heat is kind of like a mid-major team, right? But they understand that they have to treat it like LA does, or like these small market team does, do. Like, we have to constantly make sure that we are in contention, because that's the only way for us to draw the attention of our fan base. See, in places like New York, in places like Philly, in places like even Boston, right? They can go through lulls, because that fan base is gonna pop up and show up regardless if they're winning or losing. You just have that kind of you just have that kind of market, that kind of location, that kind of real estate. So like I said, when you hear them talking about, blowing up the Jazz, blowing up the Nuggets, that's a big market mindset. The Jazz and the Nuggets are exactly where they want to be. Now, are their players there satisfied? That's a whole different story now too. Are the players on those teams satisfied with being in the hamster wheel that those franchises successfully produce for those franchises? For those franchises, these hamster wheels are success. So even when you say blow it up, maybe something like not even talking about so much what management may be thinking about doing, but what may the player may be thinking about doing. Because he's thinking about, you know what? My NBA mortality can't be on the hamster wheel of Utah. Can't be in the hamster wheel of Denver. Can't be in the hamster wheel of Portland. Like this hamster wheel in Portland or this hamster wheel in those markets will make you a legend in those markets, but it's not going to make you the legend that you picture yourself becoming. So we'll see what happens with the Utah Jazz. As the same way I feel like we'll see what happens with the Denver Nuggets. Because it looked like both of those teams are going to have really bad first round exits. Every game that the Mavs win without Luka Doncic, they are stealing games. They are stealing games from a team that should have enough defense to not let Jalen Brunson and Spencer Dinwiddie put up 60, 70 points on you combined every fucking night. They got Jalen Brunson out here putting up Luka numbers. And as far as Denver's concerned, in this Golden State matchup, it is a shame watching what's happening to the Joker. I'm not gonna lie. Like when I watch the Joker and I'm seeing these games in the fourth quarter, it looks like he is putting on a yoga session. Like he is sucking wind so bad. Like what you're seeing is back curl, cat. Like what is it? Cat curl, lazy cow. Cat curl, lazy cow. Just hands on his knees, sucking wind. These guys are literally running circles around him. They are finding ways to put him in action, and they are exhausting him. They are treating him like Major Payne. 1 tabe. 2 tabe. Come on, you can get around this screen. 3 tabe. They are. We're talking about Denver. They are. And Golden State is taking advantage of that, where they're missing Michael Porter Jr. and they're missing Jamal Murray in Denver, and Golden State is taking advantage of the fact that they have no other star level perimeter guys that can score with them or keep up with them defensively or challenge them. They're finding ways to put Joker in action, and they're basically putting him through the blender. Draymond Green, he is handling Joker all by himself. Even though Joker had a better game this last go round, being a little bit more assertive, but you do see that even his assertiveness at times is causing him to draw offensive fouls. Because he's getting a little too aggressive with Draymond. But Draymond is forcing him to be that aggressive because, listen, Draymond Green is not letting him catch the ball deep into the post in his spot. No. When he's catching that ball, he's catching all the way at the top of the key. He's catching that ball by the free throw line. He's not catching it low into the paint. He's making it so that every time he catches high in the paint, and he has to work for it. 2-3 dribbles. 2-3 bangs. Okay, let's see what happens here. She bangs. But the Warriors are really running circles around Denver right now. And before I even go even deeper into the pool party or AI, you know what I mean, showing that he still got some hops. I realized something, right? I realized something watching this game, or watching this series more than anything else, right? As the Warriors look to be in as whole as they have possibly been probably this whole entire season. Rock on, cousin. Happy belated birthday, by the way. Right? They've been... It's something I ain't realized, especially like now that they're healthy. That when the Warriors are good, basketball is really fun to watch. Like the league is really fun when the Warriors are good. Like, I don't care about the league being good or whatever. it's fun to watch. When the Warriors are good, they really make basketball fun to watch. Like, they put on a show. Like, when the Warriors are at full strength, they are full-blown, full must-see television, and they are delightful. I guess that's I'm trying to find the word like that. That would be like the best. They are delightful to watch. Like, that's how good it is. They are delightful to watch. Like, when you watch Golden State, it releases endorphins in your body that raises your attitude. They actually put a smile on your face to watch them play basketball because you can see them having fun. Everybody. Stephen Curry having fun, making sacrifices, coming off the bench, scoring 30 points. Jordan Poole shooting his shot, scoring 30 points. Andre Iguodala over here dunking on people like he still got the nickname Baby Hop. B-Hop, you know. Like, this Golden State team is just generally fun. Like, I've been wanting to turn, like, and you know what though? It also, let's see, they remind me of the Suns 7 second or less Steve Nash out of my days. Because they do have elements of that in their coaching style. They have elements of the Dan and Tony 7 second rule, and they also have elements of the triangle run by Mark Jackson, and they also have elements that include the movement and off ball movement of Ray Allen and Reggie Miller. They combine those three offenses all together, and that's what they run. It's a beautiful fucking thing. Like, you should have off ball movement. You should take advantage of possessions. And if you could get a shot early into the shot clock, take advantage of it, because you know what? If you're able to get a shot off, like Dan Tony was right. If you're able to get 3 shots off in 7 seconds, right, into the shot clock, then you've just given yourself 3 possessions and 3 chances of scoring, versus a team that grinds it out and took the full 24 seconds. You got 3 possessions out of their 1, which means that even if you score twice off of it, and they're both field and they're both 2-point shots, you've at least scored 4 points. You've at least scored 4 points. If they get 1 possession and they score 3 and they make a 3-point off of it, you've still outscored them by 1 point per possession, or per 24 seconds. Like I understand what Dan and Tony was saying when he incorporated, like, it makes, like, this is part of the analytics that does make sense. But again, you do need to have players that can fully take advantage of it. And Stephen Curry and Steve Clay and Klay Thompson are definitely 2 of those guys that can do it. And then you can see consistently that they have been guys that they sharpen each other, and you can see the development that goes along in Golden State to make players better. But also that starts from the guy up top and his work ethic. And his work ethic helped make Klay Thompson better. And then his work ethic also now you see makes Jordan Poole better. And now you're seeing a lineup that gets Stephen Curry, Jordan Poole, Draymond Green, and Klay up in there. And you see Draymond Green literally salivating at the lips because he has so many goddamn options to get this ball off to, and they all play off the ball. They all move without the ball. They all can dribble, drive, and dish a little. Klay not so much, but Klay can at least move the ball. And Andre Iguodala, like, I ain't gonna lie, I thought Andre Iguodala was just over here just riding coattails. Once again, Andre Iguodala not really playing until the playoffs, and then he comes and plays in the playoffs, and then he has a key moment. Don't know what else Andre Iguodala did this whole entire playoff series at all. But now we know that he's dunked on somebody. It's fucking bananas. It's fucking crazy out here. We about to end this show soon. We really are. I think we're just about here at the end. Milwaukee took on Chicago earlier today. They ended up beating them by 30. Miami lost to Atlanta by 1 point as Atlanta was back in home, and now we're seeing Phoenix take on New Orleans in New Orleans, as they've already split that series as well. A lot of these splits earlier, I've been surprised at some of these splits. But again, we've seen splits before. We've seen a lot of first round matchups ending 5-1. I don't think we're gonna get a lot of 5-1 matchups. I honestly, this is actually, we may get some of the best first round basketball that we've seen in a while. Cause like I said, this home cooking is gonna be serious, and we're gonna see if Brooklyn can take advantage of the home cooking. We're gonna see if Minnesota and Memphis, if they continue to keep going back and forth, because that's literally what they've done. They've gone back and forth and back and forth. Memphis took the first one, and Minnesota took the second one, and Memphis took the third one. Let's see if they keep going back and forth. Let's see. What about bets? Nets, Boston? Yeah, Nets in Boston, definitely. Like, yeah, we're gonna see if that home cooking can help there as well. If what Milwaukee did is any sign of how they're treating Chicago, then this may be wrapped up in 5. This may be that series may go in 5. That Dallas and Jazz series may end early. Golden State is going to run through Denver. Philly is taking a commanding lead over Toronto. So really, what we're talking about here is I just realized, like, I talked about the first round may have some nice matchups. No, it's not. It's about to have some nice, good, dominant matchups. Like, we're about to see the team that wins put on a motherfucking show. Like, I think the only 2 intriguing matchups really left may be Brooklyn and Boston. But that's because we're waiting to see what Brooklyn looks like in Brooklyn and the status of Ben Simmons. And then also Memphis and Minnesota. But also Phoenix and New Orleans. Sorry. I can't forget about Phoenix and New Orleans. And what am I saying? Atlanta just took care of some of that home cookers. Now they're 2-1. Let's see if they can get another one back in Atlanta. We get that back to 2-2, and we're talking about having a series here. And I said this a couple of days on the podcast, right? Like, so within the last week on the podcast. Trae Young is like, even though I don't like Trae Young, he does like the big stage. There's something about the big stage or those big moment games that he does get up for. He is a showman in that sense. And once he gets agitated, or once he gets motivated, once he can find that thing to help him get sparked, yeah, he's kind of hard to stop once he gets rolling downhill. But this is also Miami we talking about here. But I just want you guys to remember, home cooking. Home cooking is the name of the game. And I'm about to end this podcast, even though it's 11:30, so that I can go ahead and get myself some home cooking. I'm fucking starving. I'm hungry than a motherfucker. I want to thank everybody that listened to the podcast tonight. As you guys know, we'll be back on Monday with more MyT Sports Podcast. I want to hope you guys go ahead and take the time out to go ahead and like and follow us on all the platforms. Regardless of where you're listening to at, you can find the link in the bio. That's my Linktree link. And through the Linktree link, you'll be able to find everything that is MyT Sports related. If you can't find the Linktree link, let's go to the website, mytsports.net. That's M as in Mike, Y as in Yankee, T as in Tango, sports.net for everything MyT Sports related. Like my boy Toby in Wigway says, hope you continue to catch a wave of number of success. Well, as I like to tell you guys, I hope continue to turn into the person that you would want to work for you. And with that said, like my boy Chill Will likes to say, hey yo DJ MyT, go ahead and drop that outro.
Sorry, B.
Raise my curtain too.
Honest.
I want to get naked.
All the bandwidth
Switch
in the
over to
world
the OnlyFans now.
be contained. No lag, no lag.
I'll tell you, before this year is done, I'm gonna have an OnlyFans page.
Gonna
You
share
guys
my
watch.
talents with Podbean Live.
I don't think they let you start an OnlyFans page if you register as a male.
Pod there.
I think they only let you register as a
Just a
viewer as a
lot
male.
later
That's
than
just
a
fucked
lot
up.
of listeners thought. Last of the real gabbers.
Trying to sell pictures of my toes to
Well,
only women.
Maybe not the
Alright,
last.
B. I'll catch you later, B.
Munchkin
Appreciate
got
you joining
good
as
mic
always.
Skills. New, improved MyT podcaster.
Bloop, bloop, bloop.
Potty down now. Last call for drinks. Bars closing. Sun's out. Heard the casino got a buffet breakfast. Don't want to go far. Wild night. Tired, be tired. MyT.
Sports. Now this motherfucker want to come back. You know, you're an asshole. You're truly an asshole. Oh, my stomach hurts though. I gotta take a shit for real, for real. Ooh, shit. Ow, my toe.
Setting, so I don't have to worry about that. But I do fly on planes every week, and the last thing I want to need is to have my pilot be stressed. That'd be some scary shit. I'm sitting in first class, my pilot come out the cockpit and say some shit like, well, fuck it then! Mr. Pilot, can I talk to you for a second? What you need? You want a blowjob, nigga? You want a blowjob? Listen. Ain't a gay bone in my body, but at 33,000 feet in the air, if my life is in your hands, my head will be in your lap, nigga, I promise you. Some of the other passengers be talking about, what's all that turbulence? That ain't turbulence, nigga. What's going on up there? I'm saving lives, nigga. Anytime you hear about a mass office shooting, somebody was stressed. Couldn't take it no more, they snapped. But I don't work in an office setting, so I don't have to worry about that. But I do fly on planes every week, and the last thing I want to need is to have my pilot be stressed. That'd be some scary shit. I'm sitting in first class, my pilot come out the cockpit and say some shit like, well, fuck it then! Mr. Pilot, can I talk to you for a second? What you need? You want a blowjob, nigga? You want a blowjob? Listen, ain't a gay bone in my body, but at 33,000 feet in the air, if my life is in your hands, my head will be in your lap, nigga, I promise you. Some of the other passengers be talking about, what's all that turbulence? That ain't turbulence, nigga. What's going on up there. I'm saving lives, nigga. Anytime you hear about a mass office shooting, somebody was stressed. They couldn't take it no more. They snapped. But I don't work in an office setting, so I don't have to worry about that. But I do fly.
Here's the truth. This is the reality, okay? Nobody's going to believe in you until you've already done it. Nobody's going to come and celebrate with you until you've already done it. The work is going to come before the belief, which means you're going to have to work for a long fucking time by yourself with no applause, with no awards, with nobody telling you good job. Here's the truth. This is the reality, okay?
I literally have nothing to say except that I made this. This.
turn off the lights. I like it high. I like it high. I like it high. Google, turn off the lights. Who gives a fuck? Fuck the guy in my bed. There you go. That's enough of that.
Okay, Google, turn off bedside light.
All right, turning bedside off.
Okay, Google, switch TV light to red.
Sure, changing the TV light to red.
Chico, when I tell Rico. If you don't get the message, then you almost hit a limit. figured it. I'm not tired.
Got it. Your Galaxy S21 5G should be ringing now. Sure, turning 3 lights on.
Okay, Google,
Sorry,
turn
it looks
off
like...
bedroom lights.
Alright, turning off 3 lights. Sorry, it looks like 4 lights aren't available right now. There is a reminder for Tally.